Bosch needs to purge the Reddit of liberals. Man, that shit had my feed cooked. The L takes are next level. Pepe P. You think so? I expected that. I did. And then I looked, and it wasn't really that bad. You know, I expected it to be a lot worse. It might be because we're like 2 years out from the beginning of the primary, but I'm not feeling all that combative about this take. You know, like I'm not walking up here going like, "Ooh, get ready to beef." You know, I'm on that turkey shit right now. I mean, it is Newsom. He's pretty bad. Yeah, he's pretty bad. He's pretty bad. He's pretty bad. No, I took a look, and for the most part, I mean, okay, for one, the subreddit has to talk more about my clothing or video game playthroughs. It can't all be on standby until the next drama to get hinged up on, okay? You have to watch the streams. I know a lot of you don't. You have to watch the streams. Good lord. I even made this sidebar picture here, me wearing Birkenstocks and cropped Japanese trousers from like 2 years ago. I did this like 2 years ago. And it didn't change the culture of the subreddit at all. What do you need me to change like the banner as well? I got my dogs out here. Good lord, look at all this. You know, I think going over the Policy Go convo at some point would be a good idea, like to revisit it, because it keeps getting brought up, and I do wonder what I would think of it now. Um, man, Newsom versus Vance is the completely wrong framing. Everyone upset at Vosh and Hassan for saying that they won't vote for Newsom. Prisoner's dilemma. Why does Vosh act like a guarantee that Vance would produce a long-term better outcome than the Newsom? How serious is Vosh and JD being the lesser evil? Paul's ego conversation. Vosh and Hassan. Vance or Newsom? Vance or Newsom? Has Vosh finally lost his mind? I'm the Joker, baby. Lesser evil dynamic. Why is the sub so pro Newsom? Whoo! Look, listen, okay? I guess, and this, I used to be like this, and maybe I'm like horseshoe theorying around to the other side. I used to believe you could change people's minds, and for the past couple of years, I've mostly been like, people kind of want to believe what they want to believe for the most part. It's mostly a matter of like what their local social environment makes them feel it's cool to believe. Like people don't really consciously change their opinion that often. That takes a lot of willpower, or you have to be really indifferent to the position beforehand. So there's all that, right? But right now, my thought is like, I'm just correct. So I'm going to be chill because I think if I explain it properly, people will understand. Does that make sense? Like I'm calm and content like a capybara sitting in a Japanese spring that's filled with oranges because I think I'm right. So I think that if I just keep explaining it, eventually everyone will agree with me. Maybe that's delusional, but you know, it's like I feel like I don't know. I don't know. I think it's gonna be fine. Spaghetti dealer, I think that one thing that everyone reasonable, even people who disagree with me broadly, can agree on is that the optics of the more centrist liberals doing this, like, you need to capitulate now bit, looks really bad. Like, it looks really bad after the vote blue no matter who dogma failed with Mamdani and the entire New York Democratic establishment fucking like sat on their thumbs waiting to see what happened because they were too cowardly to endorse Mamdani over the Trump-backed Cuomo independent candidacy. It looks really bad because every election cycle we have people hemming and hawing over how we win over undecided independent voters, but I guess undecided leftist voters aren't really worth consideration. Nobody's ever explained how that works to me. Like, why are we like, why is it accepted institutionally that it's okay for us to adjust party policy in an effort to win over demographics that are to the right of the mainstream party line, but not to the left. Like, if it's the left, then it's like, you need to come over. But we don't say that to the centrists and independents. Like, I mean, I wish they would. It would be nice if we lived in a world where you could snap your fingers and they moved over. I just don't understand why, like, man, especially in the wake of 2024, where Kamala Harris lost, probably at least to an extent because of her position on Gaza, and the Democratic Party refused to do an autopsy on her loss or even to categorize the reasons why people didn't want to vote for her. Like, they were doing the polling on, well, you know, if you don't want to vote for Kamala Harris, why not? And they just took people answering because of Gaza as, like, not answer. So we don't even know. They deliberately hid the data on how many people were, like, in an environment like that. I'm sorry, I'm just not, like, I'm not convinced that the liberal Democrats want to win badly enough that we're the ones worthy of criticism here, you know? Like, I feel like you're not playing the game very well, to be honest with you. But no, seriously, like, right now, I do think that Gavin Newsom winning would end up being, like, worse in the long run. Not in the short run, in the long run. In the short run, obviously not. It's like, because that's, like, idiotic thing to believe, you know. Just ignore the discourse. No, the reason I think it's important to talk about right now is because, unfortunately, so in my mind, to me, my positions are pretty nuanced and well thought out. I know I'm not the smartest guy in the world. There are people online who every once in a while I see a take of theirs and I'm like, oh my God, why didn't I think of that? Like, they're really, really smart, you know? I don't think I'm the smartest guy in the world or whatever, but I do think for the most part, I put a lot of thought in my positions. And I understand that as a consequence of me being a YouTube boy, live streamer, whatever, right? A lot of people who agree with me are going to agree with me for a relatively superficial version of my position. Like, I'm not saying that's because the audience is dumb, even though you are. It's just, you are not watching every minute of every hour of every live stream. You are not literally in my brain. You're hooking on to stuff that I say, and you're agreeing with versions of it that are filtered through your perception of myself and my arguments. So oftentimes people have, like, kind of a simple version of my argument in their head. Again, not your fault. But what I really don't want to happen is for it to be like late 2027 and I start making these arguments and everyone's like, wait, what the fuck? I thought you were vote blue no matter who. And I'm like, and then I have to catch everyone up on what I've been thinking over the past couple of years. The reason I want to bring this up now is because I want to prime my audience to be aware of, like, where I'm at mentally, or, like, what my arguments are, I guess. I don't want people to feel like they're being blindsided in the future, you know? It's good strategy. I mean, I think it's just honest. I think it's just honest. It would be preferable to me, like, hiding how I feel. But, like, yeah, no, I want people to know, like, yeah, I think my arguments are well reasoned, and I think that there's, like, a bunch of directions you can take it, right? I think you could make arguments to the line of, like, you know, who is the president is less important in the long run than who has cultural power. And we've been under a Trump presidency in that sense for 10 years now. Biden never had cultural power, and neither did the Democrats. But because of negative polarization, whenever Republicans have actual political power, it usually leads to people being more progressive. Like, people got way more progressive during Trump 1, and Biden was when the progressive sentiment with regard to, like, supporting immigration or trans rights or whatever tipped down, and now it's going back up. So it seems like the recurring issue on both sides is that neither party knows how to govern the country, and both of them are just contributing to a downward cycle. The Republicans are doing it a lot more aggressively, but, like, the underlying problem, which is that people in this country are not satisfied with the direction things are going, and people are losing faith in democracy, that seems like a mutual issue because it continued to worsen under Biden and it continues to worsen under Trump. So I get my thinking is that, like, what we need is momentum and a knockout punch. The problems this country are facing, problems this country is facing. Yeah, because the plural. Yeah, the problems we're facing are not just caused by Trump being, like, corrupt or greedy or whatever. The underlying income inequality, climate change, erosion of democratic norms, all of this is continuing, man. The Republicans were still doing it when Biden was president. Remember when Biden was president, the Georgia state board elector steal, when the people at the Georgia elections board were like openly conspiring with Trump to rig the next slate of electors. That shit is going to continue whether or not a Democrat wins in 2028, man. There are fundamental problems and we need fundamental solutions. And that goes beyond like anything Gavin Newsom could do. So my hope is, what I'm looking to maximize is not the short-term gain of not having a sociopath like J.D. Vance as president. I want the long-term gain of we need to build public sentiment against the Republican Party to a breaking point where like people are voting for like Robespierre on the Democrat side. Like we need like a knockout punch. We need the sentiment to build to a point where it's like the idea of a moderate Democrat being the person pitched is unthinkable. You need like Jay Jones for president. You need like oh come on, the antebellum slave rebellion guy. Come on, I'm blanking, the most base guy in American history. Come on. John Brown, thank you. It's the easiest name to remember. I mean, it's so generic. Yeah, John Brown. It's like the name you would come up with if you thought of like a guy in 1850 who loved black people. Anyway, I think that like you, yeah, it is a J.K. Rowling name. I want that knockout punch, and I genuinely think if you math it out, the arguments for my position on this are really strong, based both in contemporary and historical evidence. That like if we elect Gavin Newsom, all it's going to do is, for the next decade, suppress the votes of Democrats who believe now that there's nothing they can do. Like, the Democratic Party will never give them what they want. Right now, what we have right now, literally record disapproval of the Democratic Party, in large part because people think that they're weak in how they handle the Republican Party. You know? I think I think like that sentiment needs to build until the Democrats are sort of prove them wrong, I guess. I think. I don't know. I think. That's the idea. I can, if people really want me to, I will type up the reasons why I believe what I believe, and I will do like a 2-hour video where I explain every element of my belief on this and all of the supporting evidence that I think contributes to it, which is substantial. It's not, I can't keep it all in my head like on the off the cuff because I don't want to make like an incoherent version of the argument. You're advocating for a rock bottom solution that comes with terrible consequences and no guarantee that it rebounds something greater. I genuinely, like, this is what I would want to make the argument for, because you're under the mistaken impression that I'm not making a lesser evil argument when I am. I'm making the harm reduction argument. Like, for one, there are no guarantees ever. So, like, that's not, I mean, yeah, I can't offer a guarantee. I never could. No one can. But in terms of, like, in an immediate sense, do you think that more people will be hurt? I think Gavin Newsom. Yeah, I think that's the hurt angle. I think that's the worst path to take. I'm not making like an abstract, well, in the long run, the political viability will increase. I mean, like within my lifetime, how many people will be hurt? You know, that kind of thing. But we do have to think more than one election in the future. That being said, even just within the presidency, there is a very real possibility that the cultural blowback to a Gavin Newsom presidency would enable more harm than J.D. Vance could ever do through actually like having the auspices of the president. If you assume, fairly so, that J.D. Vance would be no more effective in implementing his agenda than Trump is now, he would probably be less effective. And then you take a look at how much anti-woke whiplash there was against the Democrats when Biden was in charge. I don't know. It's possible the cultural harm might actually, even within that 4-year span, end up being worse. In the same way that, like, okay, like, how do I put this? You know how in Hungary, Orban has been in charge for a while and his rule has kind of like degraded and now it seems like he might be on his way out soon and nobody really likes him? Imagine if Orban, the first guy that replaced Orban, was a super corrupt collaborationist, ineffective liberal who just acted a lot like Orban did, you know? Wouldn't that be more harmful than having Orban in for another election cycle? Because then it's like you have all these people who are like waiting for a change, and then they don't get it. and they get a reminder like, nope, it actually sucks everywhere. Maybe Orban was the best bet. And then all the people who were like incapable of defending Orban because Orban was that bad, now they get to focus on counterculture stuff against the new guy. Like, Republicans can barely defend Trump. They won't be able to defend JD. I guarantee you they'll be able to attack Gavin Newsom. And that might actually, like, shift more people over to the right, because that's what happened under Biden. That's what happened under Biden, isn't it? Support for Trump dipped during his first term, and now it is during his second. But under Biden, he went from a persona non grata after Jan 6 to being the guy who would win the presidential election. And that was because it was easier to attack Biden than to defend Trump. So, I don't know. This stuff gets really complicated in the long run, and I don't think there are any guarantees. I just think, like, it's important to engage with the oh, hello, River. It's important to engage with, like, these systems or these concepts ahead of time, I think, because I feel like, I don't know, these conversations are going to come up. Just joined. So are you saying in a scenario where it's Newsom versus Vance, you're saying it's preferable to have Vance over Newsom? That's the argument that I'm making right now based on the evidence, like, I guess the information, the perception I have right now. But I can talk about it more. I can, like, try to lay out all the arguments that I have. But keep in mind, the point of this is to indicate to Democrats, like, give me somebody better than Gavin Newsom, because I would rather this not be the dichotomy. I just want, like, Democrats need to understand that like, they have a responsibility to not pitch the most dog water fucking garbage ass candidate every time. And Gavin Newsom is worse than Hillary Clinton or by a long shot to me. So yeah. Like, Hillary Clinton and Biden weren't running podcasts agreeing with everything Bannon and Charlie Kirk said and then capitulating to Ben fucking Shapiro. So I don't know. It wasn't like this under Obama either. The country didn't shift back towards Bushite neoconservatism because liberalism did actually provide an effective counter for that ideology. Well, kind of. Well, they did have to shift to fascism in order to pivot against that, but so far Democrats have had no answer because, like, as we know, socialism or barbarism. The proper counter to fascism is socialism. Ideologically, we live in a populist political era, and the Democrats feel like they're 10, 20 years in the dirt. You know, Republicans are out here on that new shit. You've got, like, the Department of Homeland Security clavicular posting. Meanwhile, Schumer's out here talking like there's they have like a bipartisan Senate consensus. You know, it's insane. It's yeah, it's the Democrats are unwilling to shift and do what they need to do because of their capital interests. That much is obvious. If you disagree with that, I think that you are actually a conspiracy theorist. The only explanation for the degree of abstemiousness, weakness, capitulation that you see on the part of the Democrats, the fact that they keep not adopting positions that would be politically beneficial and, like, optically beneficial, the reason for that is because they are beholden to your lobbying groups, your consultants, whatever else, you know. If you think otherwise, I think you're delusional. So, like, unfortunately, that's going to keep being a problem. That's going to keep being a problem, right? That's not good. So then how will it ever get better? I think what we really, really want right now, what we really need is true rock bottom for the Democratic Party, for the centrists in the Democratic Party. These people who are basically Republicans, these people who are willing to sell us over, who would rather align with fascists than allow us even like a wealth tax. I mean, like, truly evil, evil people. We need to drain the swamp. The Democratic electorate is done with them too, but they need form, they need shape, you know, they need, like, intentionality behind their malaise. You have to give them something better. You have to give them a better candidate, a better argument, a better movement, a better push. Mamdani, I think right now is the best that we have in this venue. The idea, like, hey, listen, you can have a better candidate. Like, it is possible. Look at how much he's doing. Look at how quickly he's doing it. It is possible. And that's in New York City, man. Like, that's a city with a lot of, like, institutional power, you know, a lot of, it's, like, difficult to move, a lot of inertia, a lot of people. If you can do it there, you can do it anywhere, man. Anywhere. Anywhere. That's what I'm advocating for. Like, we need a big knockout punch. And it's pretty clear who that knockout punch has to be directed against, right? Because, like, the number one threat to this country and probably the world right now is the Republican Party. Openly white nationalist collaborationist in league with international capital. They have all the money and power in the world, and they genuinely want the world to end. It is and this is not an exaggeration, a political coalition made of, at the same time, millions of doomsday prepper Christian evangelicals and people worth hundreds of billions of dollars who are building doomsday bunkers in Hawaii, in Greenland, in wherever else, you know, waiting for the end times to come while actively pushing for policies that bring the end times faster. This is a death cult, and it needs to be treated as such. The party needs to be dismantled, and we need Democrats who are willing to take that step. Republicans can't take that step because they're weak and they know that they're lying. Republicans will still cry that their Democrat family members don't answer their calls or treat them nicely over the Thanksgiving table, but Democrats know, even regular Democrat voters know, something has to change. And we need that representation in leadership, okay? Republicans don't mind people like Chuck Schumer because they end up, in the long run, doing mostly everything they want. Like, who cares? Like, what? Chuck Schumer, you know, what a formidable opponent. But the Republicans are an actual threat to everyone. Something's got to be done, man. And the Democrats have to be the one to do it, because who the hell else is going to? I think that a significant number of Democratic voters right now would agree with what I'm saying. I don't think it's that controversial of a position. I think that many Democratic voters would be like, oh, no, they're like insane. They're a threat to the world. This goes beyond like partisanship. This is not a matter of disagreeing on how to run the country. This is a matter of like fundamentally they seek oblivion. They crave the void. So in an environment like this, we really cannot be wasting momentum and wasting time, precious, finite time, on people like Gavin Newsom. We need a real knockout punch. It's bad, man. It's bad out there. They are the enemies of Christ. Has Vosh finally lost his mind? Yes. I can provide my arguments. But give me a little bit, mostly because, like, again, we're 3 years out from the election. I like, this is, keep my position in the back of your mind, I guess. Like, understand where I am, and at some point I'll try to, like, I'll lay it out big time. It's not specifically about Gavin Newsom. It's about, like, the nature of politics and what we stand to lose or to gain in the long term. Are we doing subreddit drama? Nah, it's good. I mean, I appreciate you guys arguing over it and stuff. It's just like, you know, I just... want us all to be on the same page. It's infinitely easier to radicalize people to the left during a stable regime. This person's either 12 or illiterate. Well, okay, I think that would have been true in a different era, because I believed that about being under Obama. I believed that because I was making historical arguments about the past, where if people were less fearful under like a Trump presidency, they'd be more willing to experiment on a left-leaning candidate. But I think the problem there is that it assumes that the Democratic Party is not openly antagonistic towards that sentiment within its own party. You know what I mean? Like, that sentiment works if the Democratic Party is willing to engage with and cultivate genuine populist progressive sentiment within the party, as opposed to the real world where they stomp it out as aggressively as they can. Look at what they tried to do to Mamdani. So I think that there's a version of that argument that can be true. But right now, like, let me put it this way, okay? The fact that the Democratic Party ran with Biden again in 2024, only dropped him after he couldn't speak during a debate, and then pitched Kamala Harris, who said she was no different than Biden, except she would be more friendly to Republicans. This was an act of contempt against you and me. Not just because we're progressives, because we're Americans. They hate us. They do not think that they should be beholden to us. They thought the idea of a primary was undignified. They thought that it was pathetic that we would even want to switch candidates. They fucking hate you. They hate you. And this is an unjustifiable decision. In retrospect, the decision for the Democrats to not hold a primary to replace Biden for 2024 was apocalyptic. Like, who can look back on that decision and justify it? I think you would have to be mentally ill or a liar. Clearly an insane decision, which, by the way, everyone on the left was saying at the time, why the fuck was Biden running again? That was insane. It's still insane to me. But in an environment like this, it's obvious that the Democrats will do everything in their power to stop you, us, Americans, not just lefties. It's not about political partisanship. I don't want lefties to win here so we can do socialism. I want lefties to win here so they can protect liberalism. That's step one. I'm just fighting for democracy, dude. That's a liberal institution. Everyone should be on board with this. The Democratic Party is not. Plus, Biden said he would be a transition president for one term. It was implied by his team, but it's difficult to know what he wanted or what he believed because his team also hid him from the media. Like, again, the fact that he was even the guy at all, he was too old back when he first ran. Our standards have fallen so low. Again, like, man, I don't know. I don't know, man. Vosh, we have to save liberalism from itself. This was unironically the position of Karl Marx. You understand that, right? Like, Karl Marx envisioned socialism as a fulfillment of a number of liberal philosophical positions, like egalitarianism. The argument from Marx, to a large extent, was like, hey, there are some concepts here that are good, but capitalism's gonna fuck it up. It's gonna fuck it up. It's gonna you're not gonna get what you want in the long run. The bourgeois ideology will remain the reigning ideology, and culture will shift to accommodate their interests, and over time democracy will wane. Like that's always been the fight, you know? We warned you about regulatory capture, dog. Anyway, we'll talk about this more in the future. Also, I told my beloved, beautiful editor that I would send over the first segment I did, and I lied, because that one's not going in the main channel. The next thing I talk about will, though, so we should get to that. Before I get to that, though, somebody in chat said they like my denim jacket. Nice try, but it's not denim. It's duck canvas, like Carhartt jackets. Isn't it cute? I got it a while back, but I haven't worn it. It's actually a green dyed duck canvas that was then over dyed with indigo, like raw indigo. So where it's starting to fray, or not fray, but like the dye is starting to wear, you get this really nice like teal color, or like a turquoise, you know? And as I wear it more, it'll wear more. That's Bedford cord. Is it Bedford cord? Is it not duck canvas? Hold on. You might be correct, actually. You're completely correct. Thank you for correcting my my misunderstanding. Yeah, no, it is Bedford cord. Geoslade 49. Is that what Greencast is? I'm not sure. I might edit the jacket at some point because I would like it if it was cropped a little bit more. Like if it had like 2 inches off it, maybe I could have Taylor cut from here, like right above where the pocket patches have been stitched, and then like cut 2 inches and then re-seam it. It'd be tough because of the zipper, but I don't know. I'm money. A little edit the jacket. Yeah, you can do that. Zipper's easy to remove. Yeah, my zipper's been a bit on the fritz anyway. Like it tends to buckle open, which is a little bit annoying, but you know, whatever. Yeah, look at the texture this fabric has. Do they have other colors? No, they just did a small batch of this with the indigo dye. They're all out. Oh no, they have some extra smalls in case you're tiny. $400 and it's not tariffed. Hey, listen, okay, it's Japanese cotton. Imogene Willie is a small brand. It's expensive to make small batches of clothing. If you go watch a YouTube video on how much effort, like watch it. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Okay. You know what? We're doing it right now, and then we're doing the segment. Ryan, this is their fault, not mine. Take a look at this. I saw Dye Workwear post this, and it's so beautiful. It's a Japanese clothing maker who here we go, finally. Buys vintage U.S. Army field jackets and restitches them together into bespoke clothing. One thing that's really cool about this is that because these jackets are really old and they were made like very well, the fabric itself was made very well, you get like really interesting texture on the fabric patterns as they're put together. Look at that. Tell me that doesn't look good, right? You could wear that your whole life. The fabric's super durable. But anyway, if you watch one of these videos of like small batch clothing making, I'm going to mute this because it's quite loud. The amount of effort that goes into making clothing, just a regular old jacket, is insane. The only reason we've gotten used to the low prices that we pay is because they're made in hyper factories with like plastic and threadbare equipment and materials. To actually make a small batch of garments, the amount of work that goes into it, you know? Oh, $400. Dude, I've seen what it takes to make these, you know? The idea is you get one and then that's the only jacket you'd ever like. They're durable. I mean, that was the old idea, you know. Now people tend not to work, you know, blue collar jobs quite as much, but
앞판의 모습은 이렇게 보여줬으면 좋겠고 뭐 등판의 모습은 이렇게 보였으면 좋겠다 하는 부분들을 다 고려해서 또 이제 좀
I think it's beautiful. This guy's Korean, not Japanese. Did I say in Japan? Okay, well, they have wonderful clothing manufacturing in Korea as well. I can't tell the difference between Korean and Japanese spoken, or maybe I wasn't paying attention. You said Japan? Well, I apologize. I'm sure they would be upset by that. Did you like the thermal shirt? Did you email me? I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that wasn't it. I appreciate the effort you put in. I got an email. Someone said they identified the thermal shirt. Instantly, with my autism, I identified that it was not the thermal shirt that I was looking for. But I don't want to say, you know, fuck you, your effort was wasted. It's really tough to ID stuff sometimes. For all I know, that could be like a vintage thermal shirt that was made 20 years ago. It's got tears in it. Starcrawler, I really do appreciate it. Also, you linked me something from a good brand, and I respect that. All right, let's get to the actual shit. How frequently do you go on thrifting missions? I'm not very good at thrifting. Also, unfortunately, a lot of the time, I can't find the stuff that I'm interested in over here in Seattle. It's not New York. At the risk of sounding uncultured, can I ask what makes Japanese cotton different than any other cotton? Remember to ask me that when this segment's done, okay? Because there is an answer. Well, no MGS2 then, Lamau. Quit whining. Folks, something interesting is happening. The Department of Homeland Security is shutting down tonight. after an enormous amount of money was appropriated to it over in the budget that was passed last year, the money was appropriated but not specifically allocated. So they've got a lot of money in the bank, but they can't officially use it. And in order to get a budget through quickly, the Republicans agreed to segment DHS funding from a funding bill that passed 2 weeks ago, allowing it to be argued on separately through filibuster rules. And as of this moment, right now, the Republicans and Democrats who are voting along partisan lines have not come to an agreement, meaning that as of tonight, the Department of Homeland Security runs out of money.
Because with a deadline tonight at midnight, House lawmakers left Washington yesterday without a deal to fund or reform the Department of Homeland Security. That all but promises a partial government shutdown. A failed Senate procedure.
I read an article that said the Secret Service ran out of money. Wait, they're not funded through the DHS. Are they? No, they can't. They've been around for ages. Wait, what are you implying?
Vote sealed the deal with lawmakers voting.
Yes, they are. That's insane. We fund protection for the president under the newest administrative branch alongside ICE and the TSA. They don't have like a separate they don't get their money through a separate. No, they're Treasury employees. I thought that's insane. I know why they did that. I bet you they moved a bunch of essential services over to the DHS to legitimize it so that it couldn't be shut down. Like if the DHS was entirely made up of ICE and Border Patrol, it'd be easy to flip those services back over to their original departments. But now they're like, oh, you can't get rid of the DHS. Guys, the Secret Service is officially unfunded as of midnight Eastern time tonight.
Almost entirely along party lines, 52 to 47, well short of the 60 votes.
You know when you're playing a stealth game like Thief or whatever, and the guards have like it's like the changing of the guards, you know?
To advance the legislation. Republicans were projecting progress in negotiations, but party leaders still sent members home yesterday.
Did you know it's illegal to say
to lawmakers for changes at DHS late Wednesday?
I'm not saying nothing.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said the offer falls well short of Democrats' demands.
I'm in the process of reviewing the most recent so-called offer from the White House.
One thing that's interesting to say is that it's completely illegal, totally illegal, insanely illegal to go on YouTube, hit live, and say, as of 9 p.m. PT, 12 a.m. ET, the Secret Service will run out of money and officially will cease their duties, leaving the president and the vice president free to... No.
But my
one thing you can technically say is to like and subscribe.
Preliminary assessment of it is that it falls short of the type of dramatic changes necessary in order to change ICE's out-of-control behavior and deliver immigration enforcement that actually focuses on violent felons who are here illegally.
Fuck you.
Which is what the president promised to do, and he lied. Because taxpayer dollars are being used to brutalize and kill American citizens or violently target law-abiding immigrant families, and that's unacceptable. In our view,
the shutdown will have an uneven effect across DHS, though, because ICE will still be able to tap into a $75 billion fund that keeps the agency running as usual. You've heard me say it before. That's that reconciliation package they passed last summer. Customs and Border Patrol will also have a $65 billion fund that's accessible during this shutdown. What's impacted, though? TSA, FEMA, the Coast Guard, and cybersecurity and infrastructure security agencies. They all don't have that same kind of funding.
It's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Like the tapping into these funds works a little bit differently, and there is some admin stuff that's handled like not the same way. Even if ICE and Border Patrol are like able to dip into those funds, there's other like administrative work within the DHS that needs to supervise those departments, and they don't have the same privileges. It's not the same as being fully funded. It's just like an additional thing to tap into. This also has the effect of making this department look really fucking bad. Like, again, it does not look good to the rest of the country, especially federal workers or soldiers, that these specific Gestapo agents have like a slush fund they can dip into if they need to. Also, I think the process of reimbursement there is a lot more annoying, like because you're not just doing regular fund appropriation, you're instead dipping into the slush fund. It's like annoying to do the paperwork on paying everyone's checks. And my understanding is that a lot of ICE agents are already like missing paychecks. Like there's already been a lot of back end stuff that's been failing within the Department of Homeland Security because of people in the administrative branch like leaving, or people don't give a fuck, or there's just a lot of incompetent people or turnover, or a lot of institutional knowledge that's been lost when they purged people who aren't insane neo-Nazis. So yeah, like not great with the paperwork, you know. There has been reporting that a lot of ICE people have not been paid, and also a lot of them, because they're like 60 IQ, they don't understand that they're not getting the $50,000 sign-up bonus until after 5 years of work or whatever. So only realizing that after the fact led to a lot of them being kind of disgruntled. There's a reason they're pulling out of Minnesota, okay?
And that's where the pain will be felt. Want to bring in politics and policy reporter for Notice, Oriana Gonzalez, here to end a busy week on Capitol Hill with us. And this has been percolating in the background, a week of hearings and conversations about negotiating. Negotiations haven't really led us to anything. And so here we are on the verge of a partial government shutdown. Lay out the landscape for us. Where are both sides on this?
They're pretty dug in to what they're saying. The negotiations are exactly what you said, nowhere to be seen, to be quite honest. The Democrats had put earlier this week.
Huh. She's wearing a Gamsi sweater. I don't think I've seen one of those on a news network before. That's cool. That's like a traditional... Oh, anyway. What was I going to say? What's the difference between Gansey and Guernsey? There isn't. They're just different. It's like a Welsh word or like a Gaelic word or something. It's just different Anglicizations of the same thing, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Like, keep in mind, the official position of the Republican Party is that, like, ICE gets to keep breaking the law. The Democrats are still willing to allow them to break the law. Even to, as far as I'm concerned, the insistence that ICE rely on judicial rather than administrative warrants is an implicit concession to the Trump administration by indicating that it was not already illegal to break into people's houses off of administrative warrants, you know? There's so much stuff, and I'm sure the Democrats are going to let me down, but I really, really hope this stalls for a while. Every time a branch of government shuts down, it is a nightmare to get back online. It's kind of like how you can't turn a power station back online easily. As soon as you turn a power station on, the energy floods the system, and you need to have all these, like, downstream infrastructural, buildings, like, appropriately geared to handle the new flood of energy. It's kind of like that, you know? We're talking about an institution with so many people. But imagine how this would feel at, like, a regular workplace. Like, imagine if Starbucks ran out of money all of a sudden, and every Starbucks in an entire state had to shut down, pack up their bags, like all of the food shipments, all of the restocks and the drinks, everything, all that ground to a halt. And then you're like, oh, okay, we're back online again. Like, it's a huge pain in the ass no matter what. You know, the day the funding gets, reestablished is not the day everything goes back to running. So I'm in favor of this just as, like, from like a chaos agent perspective, you know?
What they want to see done to rein in ICE, but Republicans were essentially not engaging with it. To that end, what we're going to see tonight is a shutdown of DHS. I do want to say something here that I feel like gets lost in the sauce here, around this conversation.
Lost in the sauce?
ICE and CBP have funding, but
I know what you are. Your glasses and your sweater and your internet, your dialect. I see you.
And yes, TSA, FEMA, et cetera, they will be affected. But already they were facing a lot of issues under the Trump administration. I mean, TSA has shortage problems. FEMA, for example, my colleagues Violet Gier and Anna Kramer broke that FEMA is sitting on, or Kristi Noem rather, is sitting on $1 billion of grants that have not been given to states that are explicitly for disaster prevention. So yes, of course.
I love the new haircut. Do you mean mine? I didn't get a haircut. I just did my hair a little bit differently. Do you think this looks better when I just let my hair go forward rather than doing the, like, swoop? I think it looks kind of nice. I just like to keep my hair off my forehead. The swoop looks better. I do like the swoop. Okay, it looks like it's like maybe a 50-50 split. Who knows?
Of course, these agencies are going to be impacted by the shutdown, but these issues are already happening. So they're just going to be exacerbated by this shutdown.
I think that's actually a really important point here. And it's also part of why Democrats are saying they need to.
By the way, I should note, just if we're mentioning Kristi Noem, because I wouldn't be able to fit this into a segment elsewhere, Kristi Noem actually fired a Coast Guard pilot for leaving her blanket behind on a flight. Just a little story, just another like peep into the administration and all the like little petty French aristocrats with their, you know, tea time started 2 minutes late. Fired, you're all fired. Lemon grab ass shit that they've been up to. It's really funny to fire a pilot. By the way, yeah, they had to rehire him because nobody else could even fly the plane home. So, yeah, just a little, just a tidbit.
Force this fight now, and I think we should underscore at the beginning of the year, because we're not that far into it, but it was clear to me in conversations with senior Democrats there was no major appetite to do another shutdown. And then
she can't just do that, right? Well, no, she controls the Coast Guard, so she kind of can. Maybe not directly, but they basically have like unitary control over the administrative state at this point. So functionally, yeah, they can.
They saw what happened on the ground in Minneapolis, first with Renee Good, then with Alex Preddy, and Democrats felt, how can we not do something here, exercise the few levers of power that we have? So how long do you think your sources are saying we're going to be in this? Because if the negotiations are nowhere, which it seems like they are, then how do you even reopen the government, especially when you're just talking about one agency out of all of the rest of them?
I think because of that, because it's one agency, it's unclear exactly how long it'll go. I agree. I didn't think that we would be in this situation about 3 months since the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But what I have strangely heard so far, I spent a good chunk of the week talking to congressional appropriators because I wanted to know, is it shameful for the committee that we're in another shutdown, albeit partial, just 3 months after the last one? And to be honest, they're not exactly sad about it. They see it as like the committee was able to pass 11 bills, 11 of the appropriation bills. This is just a policy conflict. And so for them,
that's really stupid. That's like the bar is on the fucking floor. It's not a problem that we can't secure DHS funding because we were able to secure funding for the other administrative branches. What are you talking about? None of this is supposed to happen at all in a functioning country. There aren't supposed to be any shutdowns ever. None of this is supposed to happen.
It's saying, okay, we're on our way back to regular order. If the shutdown is kind of happening to this one agency, I guess it's just what's going to have to happen.
And is it Democrats and Republicans who are appropriators that feel that way?
Yes.
Yeah, rare moment of bipartisan agreement on that. And then, of course, as we're talking about where the fallout is, yes, it's at the agency level, but then there's also this kind of interesting new outgrowth when it comes to the House, because the Speaker, Mike Johnson, is not authorizing official travel for House lawmakers during the shutdown. So a trip to the Munich Security Conference for them has been canceled. A congressional delegation, we call them a CODEL here, was supposed to have left yesterday for that conference. Some House lawmakers who are planning to attend can still go if they travel on their own dime. Some of them are doing that. The trip for senators is still on, with a sizable co-delegation in attendance, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So walk us through where this is at, because some senators said yesterday, I was asking, for example, Senator Richard Blumenthal, are you still going even as DHS funding hangs in limbo? And he said,
wait, nobody cares about funding DHS, Lamau? Keep in mind that no funding for DHS means no TSA, means that flights stall all around the country as they have to like bring more people on for unpaid shifts, and they have to constrict how many like security lanes there are. It's really bad. I think the reason why they don't care, again, I think that the Republican Party's completely checked out at this point. I think they're fully aware of the fact that this administration is done, and it's just a matter of looting what they can. So, like, oh, DSA is not working, whatever. Like, I didn't really care about the country functioning anyway. You know, who cares?
And yeah, I think it's really important for us to appear on the world stage at this pivotal moment. Certainly no shortage of geopolitical issues for them to talk about. But now the House isn't going. What is behind this? Why is the speaker keeping them here at home, especially when they weren't at work during the last shutdown? I'm just a little confused on the rationale here.
What we heard so far, and actually I think Emma Snow was the one that reported this first, was that a GOP aide essentially said that these codels get canceled when there's a shutdown for the House specifically. The Senate is still on. And I find it a little bit ironic because, to be honest, the reason why a shutdown is happening was because lawmakers were excited to go to Munich.
Yeah.
They were desperately trying to get out of town. And now, I mean, unless they want to, you know, pay for their own flights there, they're stuck in the U.S. So maybe this could have been prevented, at least.
Breaking a country is a lot easier than I assumed. Yeah, I don't want to like keep going back to it, I guess, but it's on my mind right now with the whole Gavin Newsom, JD Vance thing. This is another one of those underlying institutional things. Like, everything good the Democrats do will be undone by Republicans in 3 months. And even with Democrats in charge, like, we're still going to have to deal with stuff like the constant fucking spending limits, you know, or debt limits, you know, like every fucking 3 months, everyone get together. This is the only time anyone can get anything done, you know, threaten a shutdown. Like, there are so many fundamental, God, and the debt, dude. What are we up to with the debt? U.S. debt clock. We need a wealth tax like yesterday, man. 38.7 trillion. The interest on this is going to start hitting like fucking 1.5 trillion. Oh my God. U.S. interest payments on debt. Debt isn't real. Unfortunately, I have very bad news. Unfortunately, it actually is. I have very, very, very bad news. The MMT assumption that debt doesn't matter because you can just, like, the debt raises in proportion to the GDP. This assumes the GDP will keep going up. In reality, unfortunately, that is not how things work. What happens if we don't pay it? Don't worry about it, kitten. Okay. Yay.
On the House side, but maybe perhaps even on the Senate side as well. But it's unclear exactly what happens. If, you know, maybe Democrats will take this as an opportunity, you know, to talk about what needs to be done for ICE on the world stage and get more of an audience that way. But we'll have to see exactly what happens, because, to be honest, after the last shutdown,
yeah, I had to settle 19 grand in debt for 9K recently because I crashed out a few years ago doing meth and ruined my 800 credit score. What a life you're living, dude. You had a meth crash out, racked up 20 grand in debt, but then after that maintained an 800 credit score? You know what? Good on you for getting out of the crash out and also for shaving $10,000 off your debt. That's awesome. Your credit, you'll get your credit score back up. Don't worry.
Then seeing this one again 3 months later, anything can happen there.
Ultimately, do you think that there is a deal to be made here? Do you think there are enough overlaps in the policy Venn diagram for Democrats and Republicans to put some guardrails on ICE?
We see some reforms that have, you know, bipartisan support. So, for example, the wearing of body cams and stuff like that. But something that Democrats do not seem to want to let go of is the face coverings. They want to make sure that those are gone and that they are actually identifying themselves to people. Republicans are not.
Apparently, the debt-fueled binge the U.S. is on will result in a $2 trillion interest payment a year by 2036. That's so cool. It might end up being more than that. This might actually end up being a low ball. If you take a look at, like, this is assuming that there's not another big mass spending event like what happened during COVID, you know? Because the interest payment, the debt racked up considerably there. It's very possible that things are going to get worse. Like we could hit 2 trillion well before 2036. Yeesh. Who are we paying this debt to? People who hold U.S. Treasury bonds. Does the USD losing its value change any of this when it comes to debt? Not really, because, like, the debt's held in U.S. dollars, but that's the money the government has anyway. So the currency it uses kind of remains the same, you know? Like, the amount you owe is less, but the amount you have is less too. No, most U.S. debt is held by American and American companies, not foreign countries.
Not budging. The White House is not budging because they say that, you know, if they take those coverings away, they will be prone to doxing. Whereas Democrats say if they're officials, if they're federal agents, if they're law enforcement agents, then they should be held to those the same standards that other law enforcement agents are. And so we're seeing that discrepancy there that it does not seem to be going away.
Yeah, exactly. And ICE officials who were on Capitol Hill yesterday and on Tuesday all said that they feel that that's something that needs to remain in place. It's still a very much a live debate. Politics and policy.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, we're talking about the freeze of the DHS right now. It is bad for the Trump admin that the DHS is frozen. Will the Democrats hold out and get something good? Probably not. They would also need like an enforcement mechanism. Like what happens if they, you know, mandate that ICE not wear masks and then they just do anyway? Like what, like is it going to lead to like what, arrests? What's happening there, you know? Oh, like keep in mind, ICE is violating the law right now with the Fourth Amendment being violated every fucking day with their administrative warrant, house kick-ins. They're already doing that. What consequences there been? Ay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Okay, let me hand this over. 1 second. DHS bit. DHS runs out of money tonight. Sort of. Something like that, Lamau. Thank you. Wow, there were so many typos in there. Jesus Christ. Can you double check to see if it's syncing as well? Oh yeah, let me check. It should be syncing. I checked it last night. We had some Dropbox issues. Just fucking stupid software updates. Syncing correctly. Nice. Now explain Japanese cotton. Oh yeah, the cotton itself isn't Japanese. You know, usually it's like Supima or Pima cotton or whatever, or Egyptian cotton. Like it's grown in like Egypt or Turkey or whatever. The real thing that makes it interesting is that Japan bought up a bunch of the looms that make high quality fabric that used to be in the United States. So basically, it used to be that if you wanted to produce a fabric, right, you had to rely on these really old, clanky, dangerous, not necessarily dangerous, they got better over time, but like these big old-fashioned, expensive, difficult to maintain looms. And they would produce really, 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 really durable fabrics. Like, you can find woven fabrics from hundreds of years ago that have still held up pretty well, which is insane. But we invented projectile looms. We invented looms that produce fabric much, much faster, right? Much faster than the old ones. But the fabric they produce is, in my opinion, less interesting and less durable. So Japanese, like, auteur clothing makers bought up a bunch of the old looms that were used by companies like Levi's or whatever. So while every other company was shifting to cheaper but lower quality fabric production, a bunch of Japanese companies started focusing on like older methods of producing fabrics, which are more expensive but more interesting and also a lot more durable. And yeah, that's pretty much why. So when it says Japanese cotton, it means that like in a lot of cases, that fabric can only be produced by certain companies because they're the only ones with the machines and nobody else is making them. Like there's no factory out there making those looms anymore. So you kind of have to rely on the existing machines or attempt to build new ones, which you can do. Like you can CNC the parts. But it's not cheap. I think it's neat. Is this like Mosby Schwana? Yes, they're one of the ones that have like interesting old style looms. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that in Japan for other stuff, not just clothing. Yeah. No, it is a wonderful nation for like autistic, you know, like commodity production. Yeah, for sure. Yes, I've been to the Barnell Vintage Store. It's very good. Very, very good. All right. Japan is very TISM coded, yes. The Real McCoys is a big Japanese brand for recreating old American clothing. Yeah, for sure. And they're also very expensive. But, you know, it used to be easier to make this stuff. The Real McCoys is probably at like the very highest end of quality reproduction. So you're going to pay a lot, but they got some good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Crazy how high quality clothing used to be. How much for a classic loop wheel crew neck sweatshirt, huh? Let me make sure it's not going to show the fucking shipping address. 210. It's not too bad. For loop wheel, I expect it to be worse. Now, for this jacket, 5,000. Hell yeah, buddy. What is it about Japan that causes it to be too TISM coded? Literally, unironically, do you know why? Very, very simple, okay? Walkable cities and plentiful housing. So a good housing market, dense urbanism, yeah. And the definancialization of the economy. After the Japanese financial crisis, an emphasis on real products, real economy, real velocity of currency, as opposed to all the money being made. It's like genuinely a fight against the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. You know, in a society that has like abundant wealth, plentiful resources, you fight to ensure that the focus of commodity production leans towards like the auteur project for which there remains a decent profit margin, because if it falls, then everything drives down and everyone ends up buying from fucking Zara or whatever, you know? It's, do you have a source for that? For the jacket? The Real McCoys. Yes. Okay, close this, close that. Do. That too, Masaigu, yeah. Yeah, investment capital is a huge problem. Yep. Yes, sir. Why would I hear about that, Cloud 008? All right, what is this?
You are a Democrat. You are a member of the House of Representatives. Has the left betrayed the people? Has your party betrayed its base?
Yes, you know, what was the name of the individual from your story?
Guido.
Guido. It's funny that you asked this question because...
Is the mic working?
Is the microphone on? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's funny that you asked this question about Guido, because in many ways I relate to him. I share many aspects of his story. I was first elected when I was in 2018, and I was a waitress in New York City. I had no health insurance. I could not pay my rent, and I consistently saw a party that championed special interests, the elite, and a Democratic Party that was very much kind of telling working people that everything was fine when it in fact wasn't. And after I was elected, I remember I was crossing this threshold, and there was this closed door meeting of many high-ranking Democratic Party officials, people that you see in the news and all of that. And they they derided behind closed doors at that time, a long time ago. They derided many of the populist demands that I had run my campaign on. And I had defeated a 20-year Democratic incumbent that was part of Democratic Party leadership. And they said $15 minimum wage at that time, way too high, too severe. The idea of tuition-free public colleges and universities, too far. Expanding health insurance and Medicare, too extreme. And these are all the things that I, as a waitress, had campaigned on and had been major.
This is what I mean about like the momentum and these people being enemies of the party. Like your job, okay. In a technocratic sense, all of these things could be done. The only reason they oppose them is because they don't care about them. It's not really a matter of implementation. They just don't want to do them, you know? Can you imagine how popular these beliefs would be if anyone in power advocated for them? Like, consistently, very radical healthcare reform and radical, like a further taxation on the wealthy, stuff like that, better working conditions. These things all pull very well, even with Republicans, even though nobody talks about them. I know you're thinking, oh, everyone talks about them. No, nobody talks about Medicare for all. No, but seriously, it's left the public, like, everyone stopped talking about all these things. Like, and the only people who ever did were people on the left, okay? The mainstream Democratic Party hasn't repped these causes, not even close. They've always fought against them. They've always fought for a more moderate solution. Do you know how powerful these movements would be if they were given any, like, kindling at all by Democrats in power? How, with these people in charge, are we ever going to get a wealth tax? This country's doomed if we don't get a wealth tax, by the way. There is literally no way out of the hole that we're in without some kind of mass wealth redistribution. Like, the amount of wealth that has been siphoned from the bottom to the top over the past 10 years alone has been like insane and unprecedented at any point in human history, you know? I don't give a shit what form this takes. Tax every dollar that a person had. Unrealized capital gains tax. Everything over $1 billion, and I'm being generous. 100% of everything over $1 billion. I don't care. I don't care. Whatever you want to do, okay? Like, there's no way out unless we do this.
Pain points in my life. And then they said, we have to listen to working class people more. And I think that encapsulates much.
Can you double check the Dropbox again when you get a second? It's not it. Wait, I said it was syncing. Oh, hold on one second. What the fuck, Dropbox? Why are you being such a bitch lately? So your files were up to date. Yeah, it said uploaded 3 minutes ago. Do you not see that? Third lie of the stream. Shut the fuck up. Not seeing it? Okay, well, hold on. Selective sync conflict. Okay. Hold on. What conflict? Oh, okay, hold on. Unavailable. If location's on this PC, what the fuck do you mean unavailable? Okay, it's not letting me access my own shit. How do I fix this? Dropbox on Siesta. Wait, how do I even get the files that I had saved into there? Like, now they're just gone? Can I pull them directly from the site? Okay, hold on. Go to dropbox.com. Don't tell me what to do. Okay. Can I download this entire? Should it be in your computer? You have no idea the level of nonsense that's happening right now. You have no idea. It's beyond you. I mean, there's no insult. But this is tomfoolery, yeah, the likes of which we've never seen. Okay, let me just download the fucking 3 gig video file while I'm streaming. I mean, I guess, yeah, I've got the computer to, or not computer, I've got the internet to handle it. Okay, so if this is the wrong folder, YouTube stuff. Okay, so there's a sync conflict with this one. What about there are multiples that have selective sync conflicts. What? Oh no. Okay. If I go into the subfolder, all I see Okay, wait. Ryan, did you get the file from yesterday? Waiting for the answer. I didn't actually. You should have let me know! I could have diagnosed the problem last night. Okay. Everything is saying selective sync conflict. Which of these files is the, or which of these file things is the real one? What doesn't have a selective sync problem? Okay. Selective sync conflict 1. Is there a version of this that doesn't have any problems? Okay, there is. I just need to find it. Okay, hold on. Okay. Unpin from quick access. Unpin from quick access. None of these are visible within my version of the thing. Synchronize the files. If I synchronize the Dropbox file to my computer right now, it'll fucking brick the stream. If I can even do that. Why are there so many versions of this? Selective sync conflict. Okay, hold on. Okay. We can move. Okay, we're saving the VODs. All right, we're moving them from the selective sync conflict Dropbox files. Okay, it looks like it's not frozen. That's good. Why are there so many? Okay, can I delete these? How do I delete? This is what it felt like to stream in 2012? Yeah, no kidding. Okay, there's like a bunch of redundancies here that have to be destroyed. Share folder, upload folder. Okay. Delete. Nothing's in this folder. How do we delete the folder? Only I have access to this. What the fuck? Okay, I just need to create a new folder and then start things over from there. But how do I remove this one? You know what? I'll figure that out later. Okay? Okay, now I move this file over so that it's saved and not cast off into the ether. Okay, saving that. That's good. Okay, now if I create a new folder, can I get that to show up on my own shit? Because right now I'm not seeing all of the folders. I'm just seeing... If I create a new folder here. Wait, Dropbox, online, file info, view on Dropbox.com. View on Dropbox.com. But there's a file sync. There's a sync issue. I had to start a quick view. Okay. Delete this. Delete this. Okay, it's deleting it from my computer too. That's good. That means that it's synchronized. Okay, now delete this. And then delete this. Okay. Now we just need to... Okay, we can delete this. good. And we can delete this. We're almost done, guys. We're doing good. The more I delete these old, like, empty folders, the more we lock down what the sync issue is. We're doing so good right now. You guys have no idea how good we're doing. You couldn't even begin to imagine how much progress is being made. Okay. Now let's try to properly sync my Dropbox. My files are up to date. The fuck they are. Okay, sync and storage. Hold on. All your files are up to date. Choose which folders you see. Manage. Okay. Okay, wait. Sync with these. Okay, save. Okay. Save. Wait. Choose which folders you see on this device. Only selected folders will take up hard drive space. No, I don't want them to take up hard drive space. It's my whole VODs folder, man. What the fuck? Okay, I have to make a new thing. It's fucking 12 terabytes. It's gonna gigabrick my computer. What the fuck? I can't do that shit. Okay, we're making a new folder. We're making a new folder. Everyone shut the fuck up. We're making a new folder. YouTube, okay, get ready for this. YouTube stuff 2. I know. YouTube stuff 2. Who will have access? Me and my editors. Thank you. Can't create folder. Why not? I have had... Folder created. Thank God. Okay, YouTube stuff 2. Now we make sure the editors have access. Okay, I think we did it. And did it show up on my PC? Yes! Very, very good. Okay? And now we make another one for the VOD chapter markers. Guys, we're doing it. We're doing it! What a mess. What a mess! VOD chapter markers 2. Very good. And then we make it accessible to my beloved, beautiful editors. All right, Ryan, check this out. Well, give it a sec. Because it has to take a second to upload the new files. Just a sec. Okay, can you see them? It says one of them upload complete, and it's uploading the other one. It says, I got the update. You've opened YouTube. You can? Yes! All right. We have resynchronized. We're back in, boys. All right. Go team. Whew. Oh, surgeon emerging from operating room after 12-hour procedure, you know? Go team. They all said you couldn't. Well, knowing my reputation for technological ignorance, yeah, I imagine that probably is true. Yeah. Okay. All right. Minus 10K viewers, but they weren't the real ones anyway. Yeah. And now that we get the real viewers back in here. Yeah.
Of the betrayal that the working class in the United States had felt. But we have also come a long way since then, and we have a long way to go. The United States right now is experiencing a political pendulum, and depending, really, the party that is seen most as betraying the working class tends to be the governing party in this moment. Right now, that happens to be the Republican majority. But really, what we are seeing over the last 8 years, I think, has been a growing recognition that of those past errors that go back, that include military interventionism in the Iraq War, that include a recognition of NAFTA as a failed policy for many rural and working class communities.
But really, it's the Democratic Party, lol. Well, the big problem is that Republican voters don't actually care about being happy. They just want black and brown people to suffer. Like, they are in it for the culture war grievance, you know? All of the, we're going to make groceries less expensive shit, they don't give a fuck about that. Whereas, like, the Democrats actually are ostensibly running on that. So their problem is like, people actually do get upset when they fail to meet those goals.
And now I think we are moving in this direction of increased recognition that we have to have a working class centered politics if we are going to succeed, and also if we are going to stave off the scourges of authoritarianism, which also provides political siren calls to allure people into finding scapegoats to blame for rising economic inequality, both domestically and globally.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
All right, cute. Just say yes. Well, she said yes to the wealth tax point. I mean, you know, take what you can get.
Yes, that's absolutely right. You know, I think one of the connections and relationships that is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy, across economy around the world, including in the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in...
I'm legit shocked by how much of Ash's chat trusts AOC. I mean, my problem with AOC isn't that I think she doesn't really want a wealth tax. I think she does. I think she's just kind of weak and capitulates too hard. Like, the big battle that she should be fighting right now is against the Democratic Party. Because the Democratic Party is so insanely weak and obstructionist and unwilling to push for what they need to push for to improve this country. But, you know, she seems like a little bit unwilling to.
Authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. You know, the point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. And democracies, we have elected leaders, and in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up these spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
Huh? There's no counter pressure against wealth concentration? No, there really isn't. The Democrats are really not, like, broadly, really not committed to that position. All the power in the world, it's like fighting gravity, man. All the power in the world is pulling towards concentration. And like the most we get is inept, half-hearted gesturing in the other direction. It's not close to what needs to be done. But most of the people at that conference like authoritarianism, right? At the Munich Security Conference? Nah, this is mostly like, I don't know, bureaucrats, liberal technocrats, you know, EU types. There's a reason it's held in Munich. I think it might be more accurate to say that a lot of these people don't care about democracy. That's probably a more... That's a more accurate way of putting it than they like authoritarianism. A lot of liberals are like that. They think of democracy as this inconvenient, kind of like degrading song and dance that you have to go through to get to what they're actually meant to do, which is steward the systems that they're put in charge of. Obama doing a speech here in 2006 is what catapulted him into the national eye. Yeah, I mean, it's cool that AOC is like the only fucking one who went. We were talking earlier about DHS funding being stripped. That's the reason why more Congress people aren't here. AOC came even though they, I think she had to pay for it herself, which, I mean, whatever. Like, you can afford an international flight. What would be your initial thoughts the moment she made it official? If AOC was going to run in 28, I think she's too young. Congressman or congresswoman to president is a very big jump. I know that, like, obviously Trump went from nothing to president, but whatever. I think the problem is that to a lot of people, she does just come across as, like, a young girl. I mean, she's barely older than I am. When I look at her, I think of like a peer, basically. Obviously, as I get older, that might change. Like, I'll be 40, she'll be a little over 40, whatever. I don't know. The American people do also seem to have a pretty big bias against the like female presidents in a specific way, like not necessarily in like a racial way. Like, they didn't mind Obama being president, even if there are a lot of racists in this country. I do want her to take over Schumer's seat. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't help the two women who ran for president were both bad at campaigning. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, I don't know, man. She really needs to start taking the fight to the Democrats. I am sick and fucking tired of Democrats being unwilling to go after each other. Like, Donald Trump whipped the entire Republican Party into shape. He tore through his opponents in the 2016 Republican primaries and bent the entire party into shape, threatened them. Just to get what he wanted, and it ended up making the party stronger. Obviously, they all folded behind a lunatic autocrat, but like a party united behind that cause ended up being more politically effective than, you know, a party sort of like inept and bickering. Stuff like this confuses me. How are Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer allowed to be the minority leaders in both houses of, or both halves of Congress when they're both not liked by the American people, by Democrats? Why? Nobody likes Schumer. Why is he Senate Minority Leader? Nobody likes Jeffries. Why is he House Minority Leader? Why? How the fuck is Fetterman allowed to be a Democrat? Do Democrats even talk about Fetterman? Because progressives don't have the majority in the party in either chamber. But I'm just talking about what Democrat voters want. Schumer is very unpopular. Schumer and Jeffries are unacceptably ineffective. It's not even a matter of them being moderate or progressive. They're both unacceptably ineffective. Why is Fetterman allowed to exist as a Democrat? Like, that wouldn't fly on the Republican side. They would be getting fucking hate mail nonstop, you know? Like Trump and Thomas Massie are always beefing. I don't understand. I don't understand how you can be anything in a Democrat. Apparently, there are no standards whatsoever. You know, are you pro-Israel, anti-Israel? Do you think genocide is good or bad? Who cares? Our party doesn't have any standards or any like moral weight to it. All we believe is that we're better than Republicans. Haven't you said you want younger Democrats to run for office instead of geriatrics? Sure, but you're not addressing the problem that I have with AOC. She needs to direct people against Democrats. We need we need fighting in the Democratic Party to oust the people who are collaborationist with the Republican Party. I like the age of the people doing that. You know, I like it's great. You know, Ro Khanna is good. AOC, she's good. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. It needs to go beyond just them personally being good. I need them to start applying like upward pressure. AOC doesn't even like criticize these people. You know, I don't. Like, why can't AOC, who is very popular with a lot of people, say, I know ICE and I think it's disgusting that Senator Schumer did X? You know? I oppose Y, and I think it's terrible that these people in the Democratic Party don't see this as an issue as well. Like, what? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, what? It's not like she's going to lose her seat in re-election, you know? Did she used to? I feel like she used to. She does it less now, but I think she could be doing it now, Masaigu. She could be pushing people against these. She needs to, it's not enough to just endorse the progressives. You have to go after the centrists. They're evil people. She won't be put on any committees? Well, okay, yeah, because she's not a threat to them. Like, that's kind of, you know, they won't let her on the committee seats unless she neuters herself politically. Well, I would rather her be off the committee and be politically effective. I don't know what she's doing right now. Not all centrists are evil, though. All centrists are evil. In Congress, they're corporate collaborationists at best, and they have to be ousted. Get all the pro-Israel people out of the party, God willing. The Netherlands approved a 36% tax on unrealized capital gains. That's so based. To some points of view, you are a centrist. What does that have to do with what I said? You know what I'm referring to. Well, some people would say we shouldn't criticize people because what if people criticize you? Okay. I don't know what you mean. But we know what we're going after here, okay? Seriously, is there anyone in the Dems who's critical of other Dems? Basically, no. Just Fetterman. Basically. Just Fetterman. Speaking of centrists, an exchange between Assemblyman Ari Brown and Mamdani on Wednesday.
This is your statistics from your NYPD during your first month in office. Yes or no?
There were 31 incidents of anti-Semitism.
Thank you. That's a yes. Thank you,
Mr. Brown. This is a budget hearing, not a opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Pretlow. On your first day in office, excuse me, Mr. Pretlow.
Don't.
On your first day. Don't what?
Don't go on. This is a budget hearing. Have respect for our mayor.
the local government.
We're asking about budgetary items.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Please
President.
limit your questions to budgetary items.
Absolutely. On your first day in office, you revoked New York City's adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Yes or no, Mr. Mayor?
On my first day in office, I revoked all executive orders issued by the prior
I'll take
mayor
that as a
after
yes.
he was indicted by the
You
federal.
were asked about the phrase globalizing the Intifada, and you declined to denounce it, Mr. Mayor. Is that a yes or a no?
I strongly discourage the language, and I have not used the language myself.
You declined to unequivocally condemn slogans like globalize the Intifada and from the river to the sea, saying
Just
you would
keep
not
on
police
talking.
language. Yes or no?
Assembly member, these are not budget items.
The Jews have a lot to do with the budget of New York City, so
Me when I'm try not to be anti-Semitic contest and I'm up against a Republican Jew. Jesus Christ. He's an Orthodox Jew. God almighty. Groiper fuel? Yeah, seriously. What did I just miss? What did somebody just say about Joseph Gordon-Levitt? Something section 230? I didn't see this. Somebody said he's doing this for Israel?
I didn't know him personally. I'd seen him on TV, in the movies. I knew that he was a filmmaker and entrepreneur. But I had breakfast with our next speaker and guest this morning. He talked about his interest in this issue from a personal point of view, being the father of 3 children.
It's because of that porn movie he made.
10, 8, and 3.
That's right.
So it's personal. So for parents and grandparents across America, this man is not acting, he's for real. Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I'm here to talk about the Section 230
Wait. Somebody in chat said he did this for Israel. What was that? Is there anything to that? Or are you just saying that, like, using Israel as synonymous for the deep state? Like in the way that I say, fuck Israel when I stub my toe.
Sunset Act. If you don't know and you're watching, Section 230, what it does is basically says that a platform on the internet can't be held liable for the content that it hosts, which I realize sounds sort of technical and boring. So why did I come out here to Washington, D.C. to support this? Well, first and foremost, it's because I'm a dad, as the senator said.
This shit is really fucking dangerous, man.
10-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 3-year-old. And a lot of people here today are parents whose kids, I just heard a couple stories that left me trying to keep myself together.
There's not really any monetary interest in abolishing Section 230. Masaigu, I think you might be thinking too small. Repealing Section 230 would basically enable the death of the internet and would give the government complete control over everything everywhere. It'd be the end of like what we considered the internet, and it would I feel like it in the short run it's less financially beneficial to repeal Section 230, but in the long run this is like the ultimate deep state Palantir Israel thing. You know what I mean? Like the death of free speech, literally the death of 30% of the current GDP. You could maintain a lot of that GDP in a way that is compliant with a non-Section 230 internet, but these pushes to restrict free, listen, the powers that be don't care about money. They care about you suffering. You know what else is going to cost a lot of money? Climate change. They don't give a fuck, okay? It's not about the raw money that they possess, all right? It's about the difference between them and you. And you, swarthy little peasant person running around in dirty clothing trying to evade surveillance drones that found out that 16 years ago you posted a Pepe the Frog joke or whatever on the internet, you know, them sipping champagne in their mansions, whether they're worth billions or trillions, is immaterial. What they want is your suffering so they can masturbate to it. So the repeal of Section 230 is Israel coded, 100%. They just like killing people.
These photos remind me of my kids. And the harm that was done to these kids online might have been prevented if certain big tech companies knew that they could be sued. But under Section 230, they cannot be. So these amoral companies...
You can sue tech companies even with Section 230. That's just a lie. You just can't sue them because someone on the platform broke the law or whatever. They might have to follow certain guidelines for the takedown of that content.
They just keep allowing these awful things to happen on their platform, and they don't do anything about it because they will always prioritize profits over the public good, even when it comes to kids. And beyond being a dad, you know, there's nothing in the world I love more than my family. But I do have a certain kind of love for the internet. I do. I co-founded an online community called Hit Record. It's still very dear to me. So I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago. And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms.
What?
But that's not how things work anymore.
What?
Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral, but instead algorithmically amplify.
Yeah, Section 230 has nothing to do with neutrality at all. It's just about liability to stuff that you host on your platform. That's it.
Whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental...
Section 230 has nothing to do with algorithms. You could pass a law banning algorithms. It's not Section 230.
Health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything. And yet,
who's convincing these well-meaning people that the problem is Section 230, man? Like, if you have a problem with algorithms, I agree with you. This has nothing to do with Section 230.
One of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses, and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right...
Gordon Levitt's against AI too? Yeah, I know that, and that's good. It's just Section 230 is also good. And I'm very, very, very distrustful of this growing bipartisan effort to remove it, because that shit is super, super dangerous.
First step. And I take a lot of hope being in this room today. This is truly a bipartisan group of people, and it's really representing the will of the American people.
Oh, my God.
Despite the tech industry spending all kinds of money, hiring lobbyists, trying to kill this thing, we are here.
I really want to know, like, who paid him for this, if anyone, or if he was just convinced.
So I want to thank Senator Durbin, Senator Graham.
Just from earlier, Joseph Gordon-Levitt has pulled out of a tech conference because the CEO accused Israel of war crimes. Really? Can I get a link on that? That's really funny. Is that true?
And for co-sponsoring this bill. And I have a message for all the other senators out there.
Oh, yeah. Following the October 7th attacks, Gordon-Levitt, along with Gillian Anderson, Amy Poehler, LL Cool J, Stephen Willett, Scott Galloway, and a bunch of tech giants pulled out of an annual tech conference web summit following tweets by its CEO. They tweeted during the military action in Gaza in the aftermath of October 7th that Israel was guilty of committing war crimes. Okay, it wasn't just him, it was a lot of people, but also, yeah. I thought you meant, like, recently.
I want to see this thing pass 100 to 0.
Ugh.
There should be nobody voting to give any more impunity to these tech companies. Nobody.
Cool. I've seen those Dilly Bar. They're super cool. What a douche. I don't know. It seems like he's been misinformed.
A couple weeks ago, the actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt got up on stage in front of Congress and joined groups like the Heritage Foundation, Morality and Media, and other extreme far-right Christian fundamentalists to promote a law co-sponsored by Lindsey Graham that would dismantle the internet as we know it and eliminate free expression online. The law that he wants to eliminate is called Section 230, and if you're not familiar with it, Section 230 is a foundational internet law. That's why the core of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 tech policy agenda is about repealing it. It's known as the law that created the internet, and I did an entire video linked here on the law breaking down what it says, why it matters, and why the far right and billionaires in power across the political spectrum are so hell-bent on destroying it. Basically, Section 230 is what enables user-generated content on the internet. It's the reason you can leave a negative restaurant review without Yelp being sued out of existence. It's the reason fan communities can exist online. It's why any website can host a comment section. Section 230 is what allows blogs to exist and book reviews to be posted online.
Taylor is unfathomably based, even if wearing a mask everywhere in 2026 is goofy. Yeah, also her position that, like, every school child should have an iPad taped to the front of their face. A little bit concerning. But yeah, she does land in correct positions pretty often.
It's what allows for forums and chat systems to exist. Section 230 is the sole reason why Wikipedia can function as a volunteer edited.
I'd love to see you chat with Taylor. I'm pretty sure she's blocked me on both of my Twitter accounts. From when she started saying that the DSA was worse than Nazis because they wouldn't mask up for a DSA con or whatever.
Encyclopedia. It's why the Internet Archive can preserve snapshots of the web's history. I could go on, but I literally cannot explain how crucial and important this one small internet law is. And of course, it's no surprise that billionaires and powerful far-right extremists want.
She wears a mask because she has an autoimmune disease. You can't start talking about how the DSA is worse than Nazis because people aren't masking at the DSA event. You can't. You can't. It's a non-starter. You know.
To destroy it. And since destroying it would eliminate the ability to have free speech at all on the internet, I wanted to take today's episode of Free Speech Friday to talk about it. I didn't want to derail my Section 230 miniseries, which is currently running on Mondays, for a whole episode on Joseph Gordon-Levitt, but this stuff is really important. Also, I'm not a millionaire movie star. I do not have any long-term advertising partnerships, and my work is entirely 100% self-funded. And it's structured a little bit differently, but it's effectively known as the First Amendment for the internet. And for the first 20 amendments
since then, because back then
it's a long ass video, but I probably agree with what she's saying here.
And message boards and other.
Are you talking about? There's an entire multi-billion-dollar far-right Christian fundamentalist political movement that you've aligned yourself with, built on repealing Section 230. Again, the Heritage Foundation, Nikosi, aka Morality and Media, you know, the anti-extremist LGBT.
Apparently, GJL posted a video on his site 2 days ago. Okay, I was looking for that, breaking down his speech and stance. I was looking for that on YouTube. On his site? I didn't realize he had a site.
Support a
Joe's
bill called
Journal.
the Section 230 Sunset Act. And I posted a video of my speech, got a lot of love and support from a lot of y'all out there. And so thank you for that. But also, there was a fair amount of confusion and pushback and people raising some very good points that I want to discuss. One point that's not true is I did not get paid to support this bill. But I actually think a lot of the people that were raising a lot of these good points are people that we probably agree on, like almost all of this. We want an internet that has vibrant, free, productive public discourse. I don't think we currently have that. And, you know, the question is, of course, is this Section 230 Sunset Act a good way to get there? Well, let's talk about it, because that's the whole point of this, right? Here's the first thing I'll say. I'm in favor of reforming Section 230. I'm not in favor of eliminating all of the protections that it affords. I'm going to repeat that because it's really the crux of this. I'm in favor of reforming, upgrading, modernizing Section 230 because it was passed 30 years ago. I am not in favor of eliminating all of the protections that it affords. Look, I co-founded an online community called Hit Record with a website with, a community of about like 1 million people when it was the biggest. And but oftentimes it's been small. We were a small business.
That's a better take. I just want to know like what he wants changed about, because I'm not entirely sure if he knows what it does. I don't hate Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I think he's like a cool guy. I don't know. I'm not anti-Joe. I just want to know, like, this is a very, very dangerous subject. I just want to know what he's on about.
Business. And I completely recognize that if a small business like Hit Record could be held liable for all of the things that anybody might post on a user-generated content platform, we wouldn't be able to afford the legal bills and it could put us out of business. So I really do understand the logic behind Section 230. That said, the internet has changed a lot, and a relatively simple platform like Hit Record is not how most people are using the internet nowadays. Most people are using a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are driven by engagement optimization algorithms and advertising revenue. And I would argue this is actually really bad for productive public discourse. So the question is, can't we have both? Can we protect free speech and the First Amendment while also holding these big tech companies accountable? Well, there have been lots of efforts to reform Section 230 in the past, and they keep getting killed by the big tech lobbyists. So this Section 230 Sunset Act is, as far as I understand it, a strategy towards reform. It'll force the tech companies to...
Reforming what? What do you want to reform, man? What do you want to reform?
To the negotiating table. That's why I supported it. So what would it look like if we were to reform Section 230? Well, that's a really good question. It's why I think it's actually really good that a lot of passionate people are raising their voices and saying, well, we have to make sure to protect this and we have to make sure to not lose that. But what if we could do this and what if we could do that? That's what democracy looks like, right? Is those discussions. I will tell you that for me, the most inspiring and intelligent proposal for Section 230 reform that I've seen comes from two of my favorite thinkers in this space, named Jaron Lanier and Audrey Tang. In fact, I'm going to pull up their article right now, which is called Sunset Section 230 and Unleash the First Amendment. Yeah, it's co-authored by Jaron Lanier, Audrey Tang, as well as Allison Stranger. I even was able to correspond with Audrey before going to DC. Audrey said, yes, we will have to subsequently make sure that we protect certain things that 230 protects. One example she gave was we didn't make sure that an app like Signal, which is an app I use, it's, for extreme privacy when you're sending text messages and stuff, that we make sure that any reform doesn't harm an operation like Signal. But yes, she said, I think sometimes in order to bring about the new, we need to sunset the old. If you haven't heard about Audrey Tang, I highly recommend you look her up, especially if you're interested in technology. She's the former Minister of Digital Affairs of Taiwan. And she, as much as I think anybody in the world, has not only put forward great ideas to improve democracy and the intersection of democracy and technology, but she's actually put those ideas into practice in really successful, inspiring ways in Taiwan. And if you don't know Jaron Lanier, Jaron is a polymath extraordinaire, technologist, artist, musician, writer. He's a prime unifying scientist at...
Maybe I'm not woke enough, because I could never take somebody who looks like that seriously. But,
Microsoft, but has also written, I think, some of the most incisive and compelling books over the last, 10, 20 years, holding up a mirror to Silicon Valley and saying, look at the problems that our technology is causing. And I really recommend reading any of his work.
Please tell me what specifically you would like changed about the internet
as well. At the crux of their article is a really important distinction. And that distinction is between free speech and commercial amplification. Free speech meaning what a human being says. Commercial amplification meaning when a platform like Instagram or YouTube or TikTok or whatever uses an algorithm to maximize engagement and ad revenue to hook you, keep you, and serve you ads. And this is a really important difference that Section 230 does not appreciate.
Section 230 has nothing to do with that. You could pass regulations on commercial amplification without revoking Section 230 because they don't have anything to do with each other.
Section 230, as it's currently written, or as it was written 30 years ago, distinguishes between what it calls publishers and carriers. So a publisher would be a person saying something, or a company saying something, like the New York Times say, or the Walt Disney Company, publishers. Then carriers would be somebody like AT&T or Verizon, the companies that make your phone. Or
you can already sue platform carriers for stuff they specifically publish. So, for example, you can't sue YouTube for slander because a random user uploads a slanderous video. But if YouTube put out a community update that was specifically slanderous towards a person, they could be sued for slander. This has nothing to do with Section 230. Section 230 does not prevent you from regulating or punishing the behavior of platforms.
Or your telephone service. So basically what Section 230 said is that these platforms for user-generated content are not publishers. They are carriers. They are as neutral as the telephone company. And if someone...
Sure, but the argument is that by amplifying the slander, they're essentially speaking/publishing it. That's a really nebulous claim, but I understand what you're on about. But you could still regulate that with Section 230. Section 230 on its own just means that the company is not liable for the behavior of the people who publish on their platform. But you could write laws that make illegal certain types of algorithmic amplification. Even with Section 230, like just like flatly, the removal of Section 230 has 0%. It's nothing to do with what he's talking about, It makes me feel like he's been pitched as like a corporate spokesperson for a deep state agenda. You know what I mean? Like he's been given these ideas by people who want to use him as a front man. I don't know if it's necessarily him. I don't know if he's just like got a poor conception of it.
One uses the telephone to commit a crime, the telephone company shouldn't be held liable. And that's true.
Absolutely, which is why amending 230 could fix it. Okay, but for one, he just spoke in favor of a bill repealing 230. And for two, you don't need to amend 230 to fix it. You can just add an additional law. You do not need to alter 230 at all.
A telephone company. But again, there's a third category that we need to add to really reflect how the internet works today. And that third category is amplification. There are publishers like the New York Times or Disney. There are carriers like AT&T and Verizon. But
the CEO of the American Jewish Committee admits to working with social media companies to block anti-Semitic content. He's testified to Congress in favor of reforming Section 230. Yeah, that makes sense.
In the 20th century, the American zeitgeist was defined by TV and newspapers. Today, it's social media. Does the organized Jewish community need a social media?
Translating this, what it actually means is he would like it if social media platforms made it illegal to criticize Israel. Like actually illegal. Like these platforms would ban you for criticizing Israel because otherwise they would be open to lawsuits about promoting anti-Semitic content.
Media strategy.
Hold on, do you think Section 230 is fine as it is? Yes. Yeah, all 230 does is distinguish between the publisher and the carrier. That's a distinction I recognize and I think is fine. Yeah, you can add additional laws, but I don't think 230 needs to be touched at all.
Look, we know from our State of Anti-Semitism in America report that the largest challenge for us when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism is online. And there are multiple ways to address it. Yes, we need a better strategy, but there are multiple ways to address it. There is the content piece, and I think we have to acknowledge that it's important to put out meaningful content. It is also important to realize that the content is driven by algorithms that determine what it is you're going to see. And the way to address those algorithms is to deal directly with the social media companies, which is what we do. And we can point to successes with Meta and with TikTok and with others in working to ensure that anti-Semitic material and anti-Semitic material that feeds into algorithms is taken down from their sites. This is an enormous...
What they mean is, by the way, Meta and TikTok have done this. What they mean is not producing anti-Israel content. And there have been multiple very, very prominent, well-recorded, documented instances of perfectly fair TOS non-violating content that is critical of Israel or that draws attention towards bad things that Israel has done that has been deleted with no explanation off of Meta platforms, off of TikTok, and so on. You know, that's what they're referring to. These are the people who want to get rid of 230.
Enormous challenge that the community will be well served to come together around. Every social media company has their private companies. They all have their own set of guidelines, but all of them are consistent in not permitting dangerous hate speech on their sites.
Neat. Aren't websites no longer acting as simply publishers via algorithms? I keep saying this over and over again. You can adjust the legality of different algorithms without adjusting anything about Section 230. There's no reason to change 230. The only reason you would want to change 230 is if you wanted to promote state censorship of social media platforms. Are you absolutely sure? Yes. There's nothing about 230 that prevents you from regulating algorithms. That you don't need to adjust 230. And if somebody does, it's probably because they want to control what you can see.
Then there are these amplifiers like Meta, TikTok, YouTube. They're not exactly editorial, right? They're not creating the content the way that the New York Times or the Disney company is, but they're not just neutrally transmitting someone else's content like a phone company. There's nothing neutral about these platforms. The whole thing runs through these algorithms that are designed to hook you and keep you and serve you ads. In fact, I recently heard a stat that when you use Instagram and you're scrolling the feed on Instagram, it's like...
How can you use Section 230 to fuck up free speech? Well, they were kind of just talking about it right here. A right-wing anti-free speech Zionist org that exists to push for like censorship and the destruction of the First Amendment in the United States is making the argument that Section 230 needs to be amended so that social media platforms will just automatically ban you or delete any content associated with criticism of Israel rather than having it rely on, as they describe it, inconsistent TOS guidelines. Like it's pretty straightforward, really. Or to put it more directly, if TikTok can be sued for anti-Semitism because a person posts a video criticizing Israel, they just won't let people post videos criticizing Israel. Without 230, would Vosh be liable for stuff we say here? Yes! That's what it exists to protect. That's how insane it is. That's the point of it. Yes. Without Section 230, legally, I would be, well, actually, White Leaf, but whatever, would be on the hook for what you guys say, as though I was the one who said it. That's the whole point.
Like less than 10% of the content that you see is something that you asked to see. 90+ % of the content that's coming your way was algorithmically curated by their, engagement optimization and ad revenue machine. So that's not exactly neutral and probably shouldn't enjoy the same protections as a human being talking or a phone carrier that's truly neutrally just transmitting what human beings say. It's the difference between free speech and commercial amplification.
Again, this stuff really does feel like he's being fed a script. This kind of like hasty clarification with like very ambiguous language, but also very like corporate, like, hey, here's my pointers, here's some buzzwords to latch onto.
And the article talks about how there's real legal precedent distinguishing between free speech, what someone says, and commercial speech. But under the current version of Section 230, that distinction can't be made.
Yes, it can.
And this algorithmic commercial amplification of speech leads to all kinds of harms to individuals and harms to exacerbating. And it's not only doing nothing to protect free speech. We see a rise in extremism. We see a rise in conspiracy theories. We see a rise in these echo chambers.
If you're concerned about a rise in conspiracy theories, I strongly suggest you do not hitch a wagon to the cart of a highly Israel far-right aligned effort to promote the censorship of content that is politically left-leaning online. Like that's not going to reduce the amount of conspiracism out there, I gotta say. That's enough of this. Are there more bits from this? Is this an anti-Semitic account? Yes, it is. Well, more to my point on conspiracism, right? Aren't they all? On Twitter? Yeah. Hello, River. All right, how are we doing? Section 230, bullshit. Very good titling. Very good titling. I'll engage with that soon. I don't want to be distracted right now. My Jewish brothers and sisters have to stop feeding into the conspiracy themselves. Those getting a little cartoon. Listen, look, as I've said, like, the Zionists want people to be anti-Semitic because they benefit simultaneously both from people shifting to the far right and also from the vilification of Israel, which like further cements them as a global pariah, which the Zionists want. They do benefit from it. Which is why they're all so comfortable hosting fucking, like every day there's a new conference where a bunch of like Zionists who work in some consultancy or media org you've never heard of sit together and discuss like, so this is the, we're tired of people being able to criticize us, which is why we've used our extensive connections within the government to start pushing for the rescission of the First Amendment, And it's like the point of all this, they know what they're doing, Full of it on YouTube. 1 hour just of them talking? That's crazy.
Americans found in advocacy campaigns or public policy, but in constructing a
Absolutely correct. There's no single magic bullet in the fight against anti-Semitism, and I agree completely that we should be investing more in Jewish pride and Jewish education. At AJC, this is a fundamental part of what we do. All the work we do as proud American Jews. We are the American Jewish Committee. Also, this is the work we do, and there's
so insanely fucked up that you can't trust basically every single civil rights organization that defends the interests of Jewish people over the course of just a couple of years has openly shifted like far right with regards to pro-Israel advocacy. You know, it's so fucked up. I'm sure that there are some that haven't, but like, oh my god, like what happened with the ADL is just fucking insane. Like, you can see decades and decades of pretty principled, like, progressive advocacy civil rights work all being in an instant deleted as some like freak Zionist hardline, like Jewish supremacist, it's like Greater Israel type or whatever. You know, they go crazy with it and they just destroy the organization's credibility. Like, look at this fucking generational glow down. Besides working in favor of civil, by the way, the American Jewish community, over 100 years old. Besides working in favor of civil liberties for Jews, the org has a history of fighting against forms of discrimination in the U.S., working on behalf of social equality, such as filing an amicus brief in Brown versus Board of Education. Holy shit, you're like a fucking pillar of American civil rights. It is also known for its pro-Israel lobbying. Great. Cool, great. You know, the fascist state like currently committing a genocide, openly militaristic violence. Like, yeah, just naturally, you're the American Jewish Committee. Like, you just it's so fucking frustrating. Here's a clip of him telling the UN that questioning Zionism endangers Jews. Jesus, man.
First, and most importantly, and it's crazy to have to say this, but I'm going to take this moment to point out what we should all know, that Israel is a member state of the United Nations equal to every other member state of the United Nations. Full stop.
Oh, this guy, the head of the American Jewish Committee, by the way,
that
why does it not let me pause?
Institution.
Why does it not let me pause? Elon, this guy, head of the American Jewish Committee, former congressman, by the way. Florida congressman.
And most that Israel itself, the Jewish state, the only Jewish state in the world, is a racist endeavor. The Zionism is Racism resolution passed in 1975 was a shameful moment for the United Nations that took more than 15 years to revoke. And so I would just suggest the importance of UN leaders publicly affirming these narratives about the establishment of Israel, the nature of Zionism, that they're false, that they're harmful, that they're dangerous, and yes, that they are helping to fuel the violence and hatred that endangers Jews around the world. It's related. And I think we have to acknowledge it. And there's no one who's in a better position to do that than...
Cool. It's like the story of regulatory capture, except in a different, like, initially, the American Jewish Committee was an American organization with American interests, American offices, and American members who worked for American civil rights. And then you skip ahead a bit. Before the Six-Day War, the AJC was officially non-Zionist, and then you skip ahead a little bit more. AJC became increasingly involved in the advocacy of energy independence for the U.S. on the grounds that it would reduce dependence on Arab oil, boost the American economy, and improve the environment. Like, it's like every time, and there's a bunch of orgs that are like this, man. It starts off with people who believe in something, and they mean it, and then eventually it turns into the exact same, like, deep state corpo slop. Down the line, exact same fucking time, or exact same process all the time, all these different groups. Like, there are environmental groups and civil rights groups and legal groups and civil advocacy groups, conservative and liberal groups, but they all end up folding into the same line, which is eventually, it's like the private equity or financialization of fucking politics, man, where like over time, they all get bought up by the same fucking people and they all end up sounding the same and talking the same, and they all have the exact same set of interests. You know? Ugh. A lot of unions too. Yeah. Yeah, the ADL has been shit for decades, but they've gotten a lot worse since Greenblatt took over. Anyway. Close all this. Do. But to be clear, these are the people who want to get rid of Section 230, okay? There is no informed motivation for the revocation of Section 230 outside of, like, the people who have connections to and influence over social media companies pushing for specific cutouts in their TOS and what they would allow on their platform in a way that favors them. There's again, like, we literally know the reason why they pushed for TikTok to be bought by, like, right-wing Americans was because they wanted to cut down on the amount of pro-Palestinian content there. Oy. All right, what are these tabs that I have open? Why is chat so quiet? It's been a super weird day, like structurally weird, and we spent 20 minutes in the middle of it with me trying to figure out how Dropbox works. I get that, spaghetti dealer. That's what I'm here for. Thank you for your criticism, Sariwen.
We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE.
That's crazy, bro.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand here and support my beliefs. I support ICE and law enforcement.
Fuck yourself.
Whoa. That's against school code. No swearing in the school.
Dog, you're so fucking uncool. Why would you do this in your video? Why are you kidding me? This is your teacher.
Code. No swearing in the school.
My main thought seeing this is, for one, the conservative kid recording this never had a chance. He was born into an environment where his ideology is 100% captured by grifting content creators. Like, he never even had the opportunity to have a normal life. It's gonna do, I'm telling you guys, in 5 years, there's going to be a swarm of, like, elementary school conservative. You know how sometimes conservative parents will, like, get their kids to do some cringy pro-conservative social media bullshit? Like, they'll have their kids act out some stupid skit, and, like, you know the parents are doing it, but they pretend the kid's doing it. There are going to be kids unironically doing it in elementary school, you know? There's going to be kids wearing freedom shirts to celebrate, like, the in memoriam of Charlie Kirk on the anniversary of his assassination. Like in 4th grade or something, they're going to be getting into fucking scraps over it. Jesus Christ. This type of kid has always existed. They have never not been the most despised person in their class in any given era. It's crazy how quickly conservatives gave up on their own cultural dominance, man. Like, right now, Trump's popularity is deeply underwater for young men. Not just young people, but young men, you know? They didn't even have 1 year. They had no time at all. And now like, I guess a year and a half ago, the common fear was that, like, the entire Gen Alpha demographic was going to grow up to be Hitlerite. Remember? Because popularity for Trump shifted, like, very much positively for that age demographic right before and right after he won the election. So everyone was like, fuck, millennials and maybe Gen Z were the last progressive generation. This generation's going to be, like, perma-conservative. And, yeah, Trump personally fucking slam dunked, elbow dropped his own approval with that demographic by like 60 or 70 points in a year. There's hope now. Not just hope, but like they're now again the most progressive generation, more so than Gen Z. Young people going right was made up anyway. Well, it was very insubstantial, you know? I think the big shift here really is that young people are and always have been the trendsetters for what's cool, you know? Of course they are. That's always how it's all human history. They're like that. And the second Trump administration just immediately became the least cool thing in the world. Like it was all of that hype and aura leading up to the election. Then they get in power and Trump like shits his pants daily. Everyone's incredibly fucking cringy whenever they're in front of the camera. Nobody knows what they're doing. You're going to spend all your time pretending he's not in the Epstein files. If you question him, he like rages out. He has a crash out in front of the camera, then leave. Like it's so uncool. What is there to defend here? It is kind of heartening to know that even young people have a baseline appreciation for the concept of competence, you know? Like even for 18, 19-year-olds or whatever, they're still like, nah, it's pretty embarrassing. It's pretty embarrassing how bad they are at doing this stuff. Isn't it a bit concerning, though? Trump getting less popular means we get more of this grievance politics grift? Sure, but they're, like, ostracized. Look at how uncool this kid is. Look at everyone standing away from him. He's the pro-ICE guy at an anti-ICE student protest, you know? Like, I don't know. Republicans making fools out of themselves, being unpopular, uncool, and unlikable? It's, I don't know. Get in the corner, I guess. This is your place.
Right now, we also have students walking out of the building as well, starting their protest.
I support ICE and law enforcement. Am I allowed to stand here?
You are allowed to.
Okay.
Am I allowed? Teacher! Am I allowed to stand? Hey, everyone, look, check it out. I'm allowed to be here.
I'm allowed to have this sign too, like everyone else? Okay.
Be part of the protest.
I just stand for my beliefs, you know, like this is okay.
God. This got a lot of likes because Twitter's botted to fuck, but everyone I've seen has been making fun of this fucking guy. So the real hero.
Okay.
It's got the same energy to that roundhouse kick from the abortion protest in Portland. Remember the guy who like does like the colon P and then the wind up, like a full like 4-second input lag before the swing around. Really good. Oh, that was Toronto, not Portland. Toronto. Okay. Well, Toronto, Portland. Okay. I'm in the ballpark. Show it. I mean, if somebody posts it, here you go.
It's hard to confuse everybody.
But still, it's better to be, you want to kill him with kindness, remember?
That's right. What?
They actually have people filming you the whole time. Which is why I say kill with kindness.
Guess what? Hey,
Destruction of private property. It's against the law.
Somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby. Think you should keep it?
It's a baby.
Yeah.
If someone was raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child. I meant to get
God, it's for I've seen it so many times, and it just every fucking time. No, the body language is absolutely perfect. It can't be improved on. Jesus Christ. I love how, like, he didn't even wait for her to finish answering. He was like, I'm gonna try diplomacy. And it's the moment it became clear that wasn't a viable solution, he was like, all right, attempt 2. I have a backup strategy that I've been keeping in mind. Oh God. Fuck, that's funny. Woke 2 before it was popular. Play one more time. No. It's very good. I've seen it many times. I'll probably see it again in the near future too. Dude, look at the fucking popular sentiment from the other side. 69,000 likes. He stood on business, made you look like a bitch. Shout out to that king. You know, momentum has to... Oh, there's the damn video. Momentum has to shift... Oh, no, that's a different one. Momentum has to shift pretty heavily towards the left for people to be like, oh, the 300-pound high schooler, that's the guy I'm on the side of. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about, like, internet bias, you know? We know where we are. It's also a really good frame. He's even got the Giga Chad eyebrow going on. No, it does look like he's locked in for like a high... Yeah, for sure. Incredible concentration. Baki character, yeah. That's true, yeah. No, for sure. Oh my God. Clavicular's jealous of this kid. The structure is there. You see, Clavicular got a fucking article in the New York Times. Unironically, having less... He looks like a scared doe here. Nowhere near as confident as our Giga Chad box maxer here, you know? Clavicular needs a bigger hammer. Yeah, clearly. And maybe to stop applying it to his own lips. Stupid. High T weight maxer brutally fist mogs pro ice chud. Just pitching that as like a template, you know, for the editors if they prefer. What are these words? They're going to be mainstream pretty soon, man. Didn't you see? Clavicular got a goddamn New York Times, you know, biopic. Clavicular is 6'2", weighs 180 pounds, and has a 31-inch waist. His biacromial width, basically the span of the clavicle from which the 20-year-old streamer gets his name, is 19.5 inches. He has a mid-face ratio, which is derived by dividing the distance from the pupil to the mouth by the distance between the pupils of 1.07. His chin to philtrum ratio is 2.6. They really got it all laid out. According to Clavicular, these calculations make him handsome. Just not as handsome as the actor Matt Bomer. Bomer. Clavicular dismisses concerns that the subculture is racist as dumb. Look at that fool trying to calculate beauty. I think that, I don't know, it's probably bad for the collective consciousness that stuff like this entertains people, because you're basically, like, Clavicular is no different from the, like, trashy early 2000s, plastic surgery addicted women who end up looking like grotesque monsters by the time they're 30 that everyone would gawk at on TV. It's just that there's a more modern, you know, more distributed culture of showcasing like what they're doing and why. But you could easily imagine like a live streaming version of one of those women, you know, back before live streaming was a thing. But if you took that to today, the only difference really is that because they're women and everyone would just laugh at them. Whereas with Clavicular, you get this weird semi-ironic culture of standing him, even though he's a lol cow. Very weird stuff. Miss Butterface. That's what I was thinking of. Do you think it's a form of body dysmorphia? I mean, these people are all grifters, so I have no idea if Clavicular actually does any of the stuff that he said. Like, he said he uses a million substances and does the bone smashing. I don't know if he actually does. I mean, he just looks like a kid, basically. So, like, who knows? People are laughing at him, what? Yeah, but that's the nature of the culture, right? We kind of talked about that a bit with Nick Fuentes, where you have, like, it's the modern lolcow culture is you simultaneously root for and mock the person. It used to be you found like abject losers online and then you made like narratives out of how they're losers. But nowadays people are like, wait, I can get attention by being a loser. Let's go loser maxing. And now the modern like Dark Side Phil, I feel like is much more indicative of how this thing played out, right? Everyone thought that it would be like Chris Chan everywhere. Oh, you just find the big losers online. But there are so many losers and people lose interest. What you really find is that a lot of these people like the attention, so they play into it, and now everyone has the right. It's like fucking Pokemon trainers. Everyone has their own like variety of like, how do I play into being a freak, you know? And that's the way to maintain attention. Like, do you think Clavicular would get the amount of money that he's getting through donos and like stream attention and so on if he wasn't like that? Like, what does he have outside the mental illness? He's like a fairly regular looking guy, right? I mean, he's handsome. I'm not like exceptionally so. Where does he go else, like outside of that, you know? It's the only way they can maintain their careers. And people are cruel. Like, given enough time, the interest falls off pretty quickly. God, look what happened to the Tates. You did it, though? You did it being the good person and being a live streamer? Yeah, well, I never sought to be a lolcow. Lolcowdom found me. But yeah, no, like, you don't have to do that, but it's an easy way of... Look, it's... Okay, one of the main reasons I stopped doing debates is because I noticed almost everyone I talked to was doing this. Like, they didn't care whether they looked like a fool. They just wanted to be the guy being a fool, because then they could go live and they could be like, take a look how I handled my business over here. And then like, it doesn't matter what they did. They could have shit themselves on stream. It would not matter. They love the attention and it gets them attention, you know? And I'm not participating in that. Midwestern Marks with the last straw. Oh my God, yeah, holy shit. Though he did have a platform beforehand. So in fairness, there was like some precedent to that. It's just that Ice Kid over and over. It's just that Ice Kid over and over and over. Yeah. It's the like the I support ICE kid at the school protest isn't doing that because he thinks it's going to springboard him into like a long-term media career or whatever. He's doing it because getting eyeballs on you is just the only way to make money through producing online content. Nobody wants quality. Though I do hear Clavicular's been putting out some quality stuff. Didn't he do like a fashion show? Hold on. All right. I look up Clavicular on Twitter. What do I get? 6'5" Australian Terra Chad, androgenics, flown to the US and bone smashed Max in order to hunt down the ASU frat leader and engage in a mog-off to avenge Clavicular after the brutal frame mog incident that took place last week. Overdoing it. Not as funny when you overdo it. All right. So that's the first thing that pops up. ASU frat leader. Okay. Let me see if I can't find... Oh, by the way, did you know this was Clavicular? I only found this out like a week ago. You guys might remember this image of the shredded young guy having his ancient wilting grandmother hold the phone up in front of the mirror. This is Clavicular from like 3 or 4 years ago before he got big. So he was kind of always a lolcow, I guess, because this is like a pretty crazy... Yeah, you can tell. Look at his face. It's him. Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came over and spiked his cortisol levels. Hate to see it happen. Where is the fashion concert that he did? Where's the runway modeling? Huh, I don't see it. No one cares, I guess. Vosh, here? Oh, God. I'm on Kick for the first time in my life. What is this? What is this platform? This is not how you walk on a runway. Okay? Okay, listen. Eyes forward, chest up, shoulders square, confident, poised. All right? No, you're nervous. No, your arms are moving too much. No, 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 no. Ah, my cortisol. Ah, He's slouching, man. There, look at her. Look at her. You're moving too fast because you're nervous. You've caught up to her. You have to... Dude, look at how quickly he caught up to her. She wasn't even in the adjacent row, and he just zoomed over. She is mogging him. Dog, a void is mogging you. And then he slows down because he realizes he's racing through it. Letting the camera guy cast a shadow on you? Ugh, Jesus. It's a disaster out here. It's a disaster out here.
I think I walked a little too fast there.
You did.
Is that good? Too fast, too fast, too fast. Yeah, I know, I know. Alright, I might have gone a little too fast there. My bad, my bad. Yeah, I fucked up a little bit. Yeah, I know. I know, my B.
Well, good first effort. Wow, that chat is brutal. Listen, I'm in favor of Clavicular being popular because I think that in the interest of feminism, we need to give as many young men eating disorders as young women have. And that's what he's working to accomplish. The purpose of the incel movement is to inflict a comparable level of mental damage to young men as young women have to endure. And I think that's nice. Yeah. I think, yeah, it's very, very equality minded. I feel like we should stop giving attention. Nah, it's not. Listen, he's just one guy. He's a blip, right? As is so often the case, odds are pretty soon he'll be out the window. It'll be some other guy, right? It's not that important. What's more interesting is the social wave that has allowed him to do what he's doing right now. You know what I mean? The popularity, the you know, the zeitgeist. Miss Kirk, wait. Which, probably a different Kirk. Under the eye of a docent, clavicular petted a sturgeon. He recoiled. It's like when you drop your phone in the toilet, he said, later excusing himself to, quote, hand sanitizer Max. He and Miss Kirk wandered into a section called Bizarre and Beautiful. They pressed their noses up against a tank of luminescent jellyfish. But they didn't touch. Though Clavicular's aesthetic ideal is hypermasculine, he believes he is currently infertile because of testosterone replacement therapy, which can affect fertility. Earlier that day, Clavicular confessed that knowing he could have sex with a woman was in some ways better than the deed itself, which, quote, is going to gain me nothing. It's a big time saver, he said. Back in the aquarium, asked whether she was on a date, Miss Kirk paused to consider. I think so, she said. This is actually riveting. This is actually very, 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 this is very interesting. Zizek posting? None of these people want to have sex with women. That's terrifying to them. Are you kidding me? Today, 10,000 people regularly watch Clavicular stream. I get comparable numbers. Where's my New York Times piece? Well, I guess I'm not as funny. My bit's not as funny as Clavicular's. What is my bit? When stream ends, I'm going grocery shopping. Is that my bit? You're too anti-Israel? Ah. What are you getting at the store? Well, my birthday is tomorrow, so I'm going to get some ingredients to make a chocolate peanut butter cake. Some conservative influencers have tried to wrest him into the right-wing manosphere, but Clavicular maintains all politics are jester, a foolish pursuit. To me, the big thing this signifies is how uncool being right-wing became, like, overnight. You know, everybody who went to that club in Miami and started dancing around to the Heil Hitler song from Kanye, all of them have, on some level, distanced themselves from orthodox conservative culture war posting. Like Andrew and Tristan Tate are now open lolcows. Like they just exist to post on Twitter and get 5K likes, 5K replies. You know, Sneeko for like a year now has been self-consciously posting about how embarrassing all this is for the broader movement. Nick Fuentes is openly renouncing the term white nationalist in reference to himself because he's tired of feeling like he has to defend obnoxious, low IQ, right-wing culture war grievances, as if you can be a white nationalist and not do that. And Clavicular thinks that it's foolish to get involved in politics, even if he consistently associates with right-wingers. All this tells me is that the incel movement remains culturally right-wing. They just find it deeply embarrassing to have to associate themselves with, like, Trump, basically, you know? Why does he always look sweaty? Because he's always nervous. Nick Fuentes says women are ruining Clavicular for him. Do women pay attention to Clavicular? Is that his target audience?
Pam, one stupid bitch said, Pam Bondi is jester maxing and currently being frame mogged by the House Judiciary Committee. She's experiencing visible cortisol spikes as she gets fact mogged while perjury maxing. It goes on. She goes back in for more. Zero composure gains, getting reclamation mogged every 45 seconds for filibuster maxing. That's intelligent pop.
He is right, by the way. When you start overusing, obviously, yeah.
Women ruin everything. Women ruin everything. A guy does something really funny. Other guys take notice and say, that's pretty funny. Then the dumbest fucking bitch you've ever heard comes on the internet. She thinks she's so quirky.
It's true, man. Only women do this.
She thinks she's being so nonchalant, and then she just beats the joke to death. Then she goes in and she fucking beats it to death. Gratuitously.
It's exclusively men who use those terms. Yeah, it is pretty crazy to do this bit. This, like, dude, women ruin every subculture they join, and the subculture in question is an exclusively male right-wing incel community. Like, where are the women at, dog? Do you mean like liberal women making fun of you from the outside? All of this shit that's happening on Kick, this is all like a male in-group. The demographics here are insanely slanted towards men. Where is it? This isn't happening.
And she comes back for seconds and thirds. Gesture maxing, frame mog, cortisol, fact mog, perjury. Shut up. Then she tags in Brett Cooper. It's a two-man. Brett Cooper quote tweets, crying emoji.
All right, I don't know. This is some like very specific grievance. If you want clavicular, shoot your shot before he passes to an early grave from all the drugs he takes. You got to shoot your shot. You see what happened to Chibi Reviews, The Right is Falling? Yeah, I saw. Oh, shut the fuck up about white women. Always trying to tag the white in front of it. Oh, is that misogyny? Fuck. That's misogyny on my comfort Nazi streamer. Well, not Nazi anymore, actually. Politically ambiguous, politically homeless, white identitarian. Oh, they're talking about the fashion show here. I mean, are we not pretending these guys will definitely start promoting JD Vance in 28? Genuinely, I don't know if they will. Because, again, the main thing they care about is their bottom line. And right now, the right-wing brand, the Republican brand, is so toxic that they are, like, pulling away from it as a matter of self-preservation, you know? Which is pretty funny. They probably will. But there is a consequence to being uncool. Like, we've seen this for years and years with Democrats, right? The Democrats pay a political price for consistently being fucking lame. You know? Like, there is a consequence there. There is a reason why it's bad to be that. Yeah. You aren't homeless. Welcome to the wide world of independence. Nick Fuentes? I look forward to his New York Times profile on his midterm vote. When the police searched him, the officers found 2 pills, an Adderall pill and an oral steroid. Maybe it's not a bit. Vosh should start a podcast with Nick Fuentes, call it The Soft Day. The genuinely, like, if you want a testament to how important it is to be cool. So whether you like it or not, Clavicular and Nick Fuentes are, you could call them, I don't know, watermark. They're like watershed indicators for a certain type of community online. Not just the right wing. Not just the right wing. Are they right-wing? Are they right-wing affiliated? Yeah, but I've got a black pill for you guys. Not actually a black pill if you think about it, but it sounds like one. A lot of the people who like those guys are not consciously right-wing. They might be like super irony-poisoned internet lolcow lovers who just like the fact that Nick and Clavicular are funny and entertaining and every day there's some new hijinks or whatever. There are a lot of people who are like that, you know? I don't know what exactly, like what proportion of their audience is that versus people who are like hardline partisans, but my guess is that over time fewer of them are going to become hardline partisans because it's a difficult environment to be a hardline partisan in for Republicans when they're this uncool. You know, a good counterexample to this would be Mamdani. Mamdani is the only example I can think of right now of a politician who you can wholeheartedly support while also being edgy, irreverent, and cool. Mamdani is cool. Supporting Mamdani is cool. You get to point at him and laugh. You get to laugh with them, at him, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can make jokes about him. It's no big deal, you know? You can make jokes with him. You can attack the people who don't like him. You can point out that he's cool, right? You get to stand on your 2 feet and defend him hard and push out at the same time. And you can do that as like a regular policy wonk, or you can do that as like an edgy, irreverent, you know, Red Scare Chapo type or whatever the fuck else. You know, you can do that as like me. You could do that. You could do that as Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, I don't know, maybe he has done it. You could easily, as Nick Fuentes, construct a bit where you're basically complimenting Mamdani for like defying the New York deep state Jewish tyranny and winning or whatever, and his audience would go along with it, not just because he's playing into their pre-existing anti-Semitic biases, but also because Mamdani just carries an energy that makes it easy to get on board with him, right? No matter where you are. Makes it very, very, very easy to stand with him. So far, Mamdani's popularity has only gone up since he became mayor, too. It's just gone up and up and up. Very, very high levels of popularity. So we'll see. He does carry a flame. Yeah. Even Trump did that? Yeah, to an extent. A lot of people who like Trump and a lot of the like meme magic energy that Trump carried prior to his elections, both in 2016 and 2024, were from people who weren't like principled partisans, if that makes any sense. I know it's difficult to think of these people because it's insane to me, the idea of being like that flippant with your political decision making when the consequences are so like dire, but there are just a lot of people who are like that. That's so stupid. It is very, very stupid. Yeah, for sure. It's very stupid. I've seen Nazi channels like Breezy Politics defend Mamdani. Yeah, no, genuinely. What a lot of people want is lifestyle based. It's personality based. It's not really about the politics, and that's bad. I mean, I think that points towards a broader nihilism, like a disinterest in political outcome. But a lot of people do want it, which is again why you need like a knockout Democrat. You can't have like a fucking Biden type, you know. Mamdani did a lifeguard recruitment ad. It was very cute. Yeah, I saw. It's pretty cute.
New York's lifeguards keep us safe around the water. While you might think about lifeguarding as a summer job, we actually start hiring for them in the winter. It's a great way to make a difference in New York City, and we need lifeguards. Lifeguard qualifying tests are held across all 5 boroughs throughout the winter, but February 28th is the last day to sign up. To qualify, you have to be at least 16 by July 18th of this year. Pass the vision exam. Be able to swim 50 yards in 50 seconds or less with proper form. Because more lifeguards means kids learning how to swim, adults getting their laps in the morning, and everyone having a better, safer, and more fun summer by the water. To find out more information and sign up for a qualifying test, visit this website.
Is 50 yards far? 50 yards in 50 seconds? That's pretty tough. Yeah, you need experience swimming to be able to do that. It's not like crazy hard, but you definitely can't just like run that in no time. There will be voter ID in the midterms, whether Congress approves it or not. He can't do shit. The Democrats refused to vote for voter ID or citizenship. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This was not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on the subject. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Fuck, that's funny. Also, no mail-in ballots with exception for military, disabled, illness, or travel. Okay. No mail-in ballots except for illness or travel? What, you submit a sick note with it? Yeah, okay. As a European, this is weird. Don't all Americans have a passport? No, like half of Americans do. We don't even get auto-registered to vote. You have to do it manually every time you change your address. What the fuck? Yeah, we have like a barely functioning country. What is... Also, our national ID card's printed on cardstock, lol. Yeah, they can't even imagine. Our national ID card is just printed on regular paper, and it's just text. Like, you could print it with a printer. That's our national ID card. Our social security card. You could fucking draw it yourself, and it'd be indistinguishable from the... And the ID, our social security numbers, are sequential. As in, the person issued a number after you is the one up. And also, the first 5 numbers of your SSN are determined by, like, your state, area, and the hospital that you were given birth at or something. So, like, you can triangulate a person's social security number pretty good. Pretty effectively. Wrong, they randomized that in the mid-2000s. Did they? Okay, I'm glad that on the piece of cardstock that they issue you, they randomized 4 digits. That's really funny. I keep getting like mini, like, not heart attacks, but like a little start, because my partner will text me and be like, hey, this photo of you is going around Twitter. And I'm like, what the fuck is it now? And then they'll send me a GIF of like an otter playing with a ball. My cortisol, my cortisol roller coaster, man. Yeah, keep me on my toes. All right. Let me piss super quick. Then we'll get back at it. Take a look at the cohesion of my outfit, okay? We have the denim-dyed Bedford Court work jacket, the denim-dyed t-shirt, the sweatpants. Yeah. Wow. I don't know why I put that chair so far back. All right. Purple Pillar, why have you been saying the same thing over and over and over again for the entire stream? Here, I'm just gonna... I don't actually want an answer to that. Just stop it. Jesus Christ. Did you see Mamdani's 1 month in office video? No, I did not.
To those who doubt the power of the people to make their own destiny, to the cynics who insist that politics is too broken to deliver meaningful change, to those who think that the promises of a campaign cannot survive once confronted with the realities of government, today is your answer.
New York City's new mayor is already shifting from celebration to action.
Breaking news, Mayor Mamdani already hitting the ground running.
Sorry, do you mind if we step up the pace?
Less than 2 hours after the ceremony, Mayor Mamdani signed 3 executive orders, all centered around housing and renters.
When did this happen? You told the landlord about this?
Yes.
For too long, bad landlords have been allowed to mistreat their tenants with impunity. That ends today.
Friday, he announced the creation of an Office of Mass Engagement.
This is Tasha. She is about to be announced as the commissioner for our new Office of Mass Engagement. And the idea of the office is to bring City Hall to the people.
He's out there on McGinnis Boulevard in Greenpoint.
We will complete the redesign of McGinnis Boulevard.
Community is born in New York, and it will stay here because we have Mayor Mamdani.
Our administration is organizing a series of rental ripoff hearings in every borough.
Well, Mayor Mamdani signing new executive orders today, focusing on junk and hidden fees.
I can't believe it's barely been more than 1 month. It's insane how much he's done.
The proliferation of junk fees has exploded in recent years.
It is deceptive to hide fees. It is deceptive to trap people in subscriptions. That the era of ripping off New Yorkers is over.
Mayor Mamdani says cyclist concerns are something we can no longer ignore.
So one of the main directives that I am giving to my DOT is for us to actually make the common sense changes in the infrastructure we see. We want to incentivize people biking across the city. We are announcing the launch of a new program to expand access to public bathrooms across the 5 boroughs.
Mayor Mamdani signed an executive order aimed at cutting red tape for small businesses in the city.
There are a lot of things outside of the city's control, but fines and fees are not one of them.
The Mamdani administration is putting delivery apps on notice.
Having you here today send us a clear message to the app companies. Deliveristas are not alone anymore.
This appointment speaks to the excellence in Afia Tamensa's record and in her vision to advance an agenda of racial equity and justice.
Today he announced a $2.1 million settlement with A&E Real Estate Properties.
The action we are taking to
There are in the wake of the shit with Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I have seen people on Twitter, liberals on Twitter, the kind of people that hate me or Hassan or whatever, who have been insistent that we should learn nothing from Mamdani's win about the popularity of progressive populism, even though he won the primary and then the general and is now a hero to people all around the country or whatever. Like, where do you have to be mentally to be a liberal and not love all of this? Isn't this what you fucking want? All of this is liberalism. None of this is socialism.
today is not only one of good governance, it's one of a moral imperative.
Today at Jacoby Hospital, he announced the reactivation of Just Home, a supportive housing program for New Yorkers with complex medical needs.
As I always say, supportive housing saved my life.
What are we announcing today?
We are announcing $1.21 billion in investments in making universal childcare a reality in New York City. It's awesome. We need to speak to New Yorkers through every single medium that they see themselves and see the world around them. And all of you are such critical parts of that. And now I'm going to take a very poorly composed selfie.
Who is that on Twitter exactly? Look, there are a lot of people who want to make Mamdani's success here a one-off. They want to say, like, well, this isn't relevant, you know? New York City, what does that have to do with America? You know, they want to act as though this is not in any way representative. We can't learn any lessons from it. You know, I promise you this is going to come up during the midterms. It's going to come up during the next presidential. People in the Democratic Party are going to say, well, you know, that was a fluke. That was a one-off. He barely won after the fucking uniparty opposed him in the general, and he still won by a lot. It is essential that we reaffirm the point that Mamdani is popular with everyone. Like this, what he's doing here works and is good. And he's done all of this despite overwhelming opposition from both parties. Do not forget what they did to try to rat fuck him in the general. Do not forget that in both the primary and the general debates, he was asked multiple insistent questions on pledging fealty to Israel, even though he was signing up to be mayor of New York City. Don't forget what they tried to do, what they're still trying to do. They do not want you to look at him and think this could happen anywhere. They want you to think of him as an exception, an aberration, because once people look at him and go, oh, maybe we can't ask for more, they will, and they don't want that.
It was moving day for Mayor Zohran Mamdani and his wife. Their belongings brought over to Gracie Mansion from their Astoria apartment.
I want Gracie to continue to belong to the people, to be accessible to the people, and to be shaped by the people. 6, 7. I know that what bonds so many of us here today
that was
is
deliberate.
A love of a continent where many of us were born or many of us come from, and a love of the game.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Senator Bernie Sanders are teaming up in support of the 15,000 nurses who remain on strike.
We will be here, we will be standing with you, and we will be saying the exact same thing. Thank you so much.
So right now, New York City is bracing for its biggest snowfall in several years. And just 3 weeks into office, this will be a major test for Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
Help here.
A busy month for Mayor Mamdani.
It's projecting that you're in command and also establishing right off the bat, like the first month, trust with New Yorkers. Yeah.
And I am especially thankful to the community members who have never given up on the hope that a people united and organized can both demand and deliver the change that they know is necessary. Because for too long, it has only been local officials who have sounded the alarm. We stand here today because of a movement brave enough to make a promise and even braver to know that it could fulfill it. Today, that movement, that fight, that New York has won.
God damn, man. 1 month. And his approval's only been going up. Only been going up. Wish I could move to NYC. It doesn't have to be like this, man. There are lots of people like Mamdani. All over the damn country. How's Katie Wilson doing? I should look into that. I did single-handedly get her elected. GOP attempt to stop the 10-1 redistricting in courts was crushed by the Virginia Supreme Court today. Yeah. We're getting the goddamn lobster. The lobstermander. It's so fucking funny that we're getting the VA gerrymander, the California gerrymander, but the Texas gerrymander might backfire as a dummy mander, and Dems might pick up 3 seats there because they made those manders on the assumption that Trump would hold on to his Hispanic vote proportion at the time. The midterms are going to be so goddamn funny. Not 3, it'd be up to 6 seats. We'll see. All right, let me cut through all this bullshit. Not that. Let's see. News network The Poly Market revealing Senator John Husted took over $100,000 from Epstein co-conspirator Les Wexner. Cool. Don't care about that. Goldman Sachs top lawyer resigns over Epstein files. Cool. I didn't realize there were consequences. I didn't realize it was possible. She also worked in the Obama administration, of course.
Fallout from the Jeffrey Epstein files has now reached one of the largest investment banks in the world, Goldman Sachs. The bank's chief legal officer,
There are so many people implicated. I can't believe that one of the people who sent emails back and forth between, the email count between them and Epstein was one of the fucking Rothschilds. That's insane. There's so much conspiracy fuel, but all the people who believed in that conspiracy shit are pro-Trump, so they have to pretend that they're not.
The Rumler now says she is resigning.
The Rumler.
In recent weeks, she has weathered numerous stories examining her relationship with Epstein over the years. Rumler is a former White House counsel to President Obama. She and those around her have insisted that her relationship with Epstein, it was a professional relationship through and through and ended. A spokesperson for Rumler declined to answer some of the detailed questions sent to them from CNN, but said that Rumler said this, has done nothing wrong, has nothing to hide, nothing in the record suggests otherwise, adding that Rumler has been clear and consistent from the outset. She knew him through her work as a criminal defense attorney, shared a client with him, received referrals from him, and was friendly in that professional context. After her announcement, her resignation announcement, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, told CNN this.
CNN,
Throughout
why
her
do you
tenure,
do
Kathy
that?
has been an extraordinary general counsel, and we are grateful for her contributions. He went on to say, I accepted her resignation, and I respect her decision.
Okay. Eat shit. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. I don't know why CNN, 1 in 3 CNN videos, for some reason, when they transfer it over to YouTube, they just keep, I don't know why. I don't understand why. I don't understand. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad. I'm wearing earbuds. It's like a little static, why? Why did Vosh never talk about the 6 co-conspirators that Ro Khanna revealed? Because I'm hoping Ro Khanna never reveals the 7th one, if you know what I'm saying. There is a good bit here. Just a little bit of good news. This is actually one of the first real pushbacks to the deep state business that I've seen. Amazon's Ring ends deal with surveillance firm after backlash. So for a while now, Ring and Flock, which is an AI. Okay, so Ring already has a bunch of deep state surveillance bullshit built into it. Okay, but Flock is a broader surveillance network that uses AI to triangulate people's positions, stuff like that. And they announced a deal between them, which raised the stock of both companies, because obviously integrating Ring doorbell cameras into this nationwide or even nearly global network of AI surveillance allows you to essentially get customers to pay for the privilege of what would otherwise be billions of dollars in infrastructure, right? By getting everyone's Ring doorbell camera on board with this big AI network, it would be almost impossible to get that level of camera coverage if you were doing it yourself. But now you're getting people to pay for the privilege, right? Really good stuff. I thought it was SpotShotter that triangulated people's positions. I mean, there are a variety of services that functionally do the same thing, I assume. It's really just a matter of keeping profiles and databases on everyone and using AI to cross-reference those databases to see if they can identify people. By the way, to be clear, Ring already does this. If you go up to a house that has a Ring doorbell camera and your face is visible, your face is added to a database that gets uploaded into a global database and like your identity gets assigned to it, and now they can track you when you walk in front of other houses. You know, they made a mistake though by drawing attention to it in an ad. Yeah. We saw the ad. Ring Super Bowl ad. We saw the ad where they were like, you know, 10 million dogs go missing every day. We find over one a day by subjecting all of you to the fucking Palantir eye. Where's the ad? I'm only finding people reacting to the ad. This was a very unpopular ad. People got real mad about this one. Real mad about the ad. Where's the ad? Here we go. I think. The ad? I don't think this is the ad because I don't remember the ad having green text in front of it.
Changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs. Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family.
Yeah, you get the gist. This is you know the reason they're doing this is because they are desperate to soft pitch these ideas to the public in a way that the public approves of and accepts, you know? They really, really want, like, so far, the main way they've been pitching the popularity of AI is either by saying it's inevitable, get used to it, or like, look, you can use it to reply to the happy birthday text everyone sends you or whatever, like some shit like that, you know? But they really want people to get on board with the social ramifications of being in a surveillance state. Well, more of one than we already are.
The company behind Ring doorbell cameras addressing privacy concerns after their Super Bowl ad ignited a bit of controversy. Now the company's ending its partnership with a surveillance firm. ABC
It's a pretty big deal that they're ending that. Like, that a lot of backlash. This was like a very high profile, big money bid, you know?
Flay has that story.
The cost of a Super Bowl ad was roughly $8 million this year.
This is Milo.
But for the home security company Ring, the cost may be a lot higher.
Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs.
The company's Super Bowl ad promoted a feature that scans footage from Ring cameras in your neighborhood to find lost dogs. But the ad sparked controversy. Some people online questioning if the feature could also be used to search for people.
Okay, guys, did
yes.
This make me go and rip the batteries out of my Ring? I'm about to.
Critics vowing to stop using the company's products altogether.
As of today, I no longer use Ring doorbell.
Rival security camera company Wise even made a parody of the ad.
What if we could make finding one lost
I saw this. This was actually pretty funny of them to do.
Dog require the computational power of a small dictator-led nation state?
But Ring says
it was actually pretty fucking funny what they did. Hold on, I'll find the full one. They put it out pretty quick too, like.
This is Milo. Pets are family, but every year 10 million of them go missing. And the ways we look for them haven't changed in years, except for all of these. But what if we could make finding one lost dog require the computational power of a small dictator-led nation state? Search Party from Ring uses AI to search through our tens of millions of cameras. We could find literally anyone, but we only use this technology to find lost dogs. Recently, we announced a partnership with over 5,000 law enforcement agencies, but we won't let them use this feature. This feature is just for dogs. Guess what? We've automatically opted your cameras in. Who has time to read settings? Not you. You're too busy being a hero, whether you know it or not. And the best part, it's free for everyone. We're just doing this out of the goodness of our hearts. Customers are loving Search Party, and so will you. Don't these nice images of kids reuniting with their lost dogs feel good? Look at this one. Doesn't that make you feel warm and fuzzy? There's absolutely no reason to go to wise.com and buy a camera with an SD card, because if you own all your own footage, you won't be able to help people find lost puppies. I'd tell you to join the neighborhood, but you're already in it. Search Party, way better than WiseCam.
It was just unusually prescient, I think. I mean, you know, all things considered. Their first crack in the police state, perhaps. The problem, privacy is an externality that nobody can account for in the cost of business. Everybody values their privacy in the abstract. Like, people will pay theoretically very large amounts of money to preserve it, but then in practice won't do anything. you know? And that's because the mechanisms by which you preserve your privacy these days are really, really abstract. If your privacy is as simple as erecting a fence or keeping your windows closed, or like getting upset because people are staring in through your windows, like people get really upset about that. They'll call the police, they'll go to a town hall, they'll do something about it, you know? But nowadays, privacy is like settings inside one of 1,000 apps that may or may not do what you think they do, and all of them are labeled differently. So it's really difficult to factor this in as a cost of business. It's just really tough. You need state policy. You cannot rely on people's good decision making to preserve widespread privacy, or a company will inevitably package it in as part of a more convenient way of doing business, and then that's it. I mean, look at how much everyone accepts location services now. How many apps actually need location services? Because it seems like every single one of them wants them.
To the backlash over a Super Bowl ad for popular home security company Ring. And Sam, you've got the details. We spoke with the founder. They're talking out about...
So it's your same take as criminalizing fast food / high sugar? Well, hold on. I'm not against fast food, but yeah, I am pretty against the practice of injecting high fructose corn syrup into literally every food item to make all of them less healthy but more tasty and more addictive. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's like that. Again, I don't think that the average consumer should be a nutritional expert, right? Like, you have to know quite a bit in order to avoid all the you know, the fucking like pitfalls that you might encounter when deciding what food to buy. I think that food should just be healthier as a matter of course. There is a reason why American food is as bad as it is. Like, when you go to a grocery store in like any European country or in Japan or whatever the fuck else, the food there is better than our food. Our food is really bad. And like genuinely, like quality wise, it's really bad. It's bad for you. People are like, oh, I lost so much weight on my trip to Japan. And like, part of that's because you're walking around with that, and part of that's because they eat nothing but fucking rice and fish over there. But even if you go over to Italy, where they eat heavy pasta, like big complex carbohydrates, yum yum, fill up my tummy, like a lot of their food is just better than our food. So you know, yeah, I do think that government policy needs to correct for stuff that the average consumer can't really consider, reasonably consider, when it comes to the cost of doing business. And I think that way about basically everything. And by the way, so have people for hundreds of years. This is why we have food regulations. This is why we have regulations on car emissions and output. Do you think you as a consumer are capable of testing the safety of a vehicle? Like you see a vehicle on the lot and you're like, how safe is it? And the person there is like, there's no legal reason they can say, like, they can just say whatever. There's no like safety standard that they have to abide to. There's no government testing that they have to submit their car to. Like, yes, I think for a wide variety of things, the government should just have rules on what you can subject consumers to, you know, in my opinion.
All of the reaction to this.
Yeah, the reaction happened almost immediately after the ad ran, and you're going to see what they said about the backlash. But with the cost of a Super Bowl ad roughly at about $8 million this year, for Ring, the cost may end up being a...
Hey! I already heard that bit from KVUE. KVUE.
A little bit higher.
This morning, it's the Super Bowl ad sparking controversy. But the ad...
This is the same bit! All right. All right. Time to go to the true source of independent, authentic journalism. YouTube. Backwoods Wisdom with Buddy Brown.
An emergency meeting on this channel right now with all the Ring cameras y'all got outside your houses right now. I never have, but a lot of y'all do, and we need to talk about it because last night they crossed a very, very big line leading to millions of Americans saying they're going to boycott them and rip them the heck out of their houses. Now, if you didn't see it, there was a Super Bowl commercial.
If the Chuds are upset about this, I'm happy.
Last night, walking around. Ring is here. All you got to view the location and help you get reunited with that puppy. And everyone's going to be so happy. Anybody else want to throw up yet? Fans of the Batman comics, you're going to remember that in the Dark Knight, okay?
I'm happy the deal got canceled. I'm actually surprised. Why now? Where have you all been? Because they made a Super Bowl ad over it. Like, the Ring, again, they've made partnerships with so many police departments and agencies to share your data with them without telling you. But like, they made a fucking Super Bowl ad. Why would they make an ad? Are they stupid? Because the deep state is losing faith in democracy, and they want to get people really like okay with the idea of being surveilled. They want to prime people for the next stage of government, basically. Yeah, they want to normalize it. What the fuck are you showing me? A Hassan fan that debated Destiny today got into a fight 30 minutes later. How is there a camera there? Wait, do you mean like debated Destiny at a live event? What? That is a woman's name.
It's just
Man, so much stuff going on the other side.
Dude, actually, all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches? Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa, don't fight.
What the fuck is going on here, man? Debates are so bad. Yeah, no, high-minded debate culture. We're back in the goddamn Parthenon.
Whoa. Fucking push me.
Holy shit.
Just fucking push me. Gentlemen. He just fucking pushed me.
Can you grab that jacket?
I got you. I don't know what happened, but just...
What are we doing with this jacket? All right, well. I inhaled incorrectly.
Capitalist liberal America, we have the right to disagree.
Dude,
I don't know if we would in your
brag
country,
about
but
putting Nick Fuentes on the map, dude.
Do you think I put Nick Fuentes on the map? The guy that works with Kanye West campaign?
You said that online.
Oh, well, if I said it, so it's true. But I also said I didn't put. What do you mean? I've platformed him because I've debated him in the past. I think you should have debates with people.
Yeah, you platformed him, then you bragged about him becoming famous, did you?
I don't think I was the one that made Nick Fuentes famous.
Then why do you say it?
I don't think I do say that.
There's literally a video of it, along with an N-word compilation.
There's a video, or there's like a 7-second clip of me saying something you saw at a subreddit once. Okay.
I mean, a clip of it. I mean, you can say nuh-uh all you want, dude, but like actually.
I don't know about this one, lads. I don't know if this is the best position to confront him on. People say this about me and what's his face? That like 5-foot tall fake communist Nazi guy, the communazi. What's he called? Hinkle, not Haas. They say that about Jackson Hinkle with me, because I debated him one time on fuck, what was it? Assad using chemical weapons on his own people, I think.
Do you think I made Hassan Piker?
Just open a window, yeah. God damn.
No.
But I made Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, but
you know, I platformed Hassan in a way more friendly way when he was a much smaller person than Nick, like way longer, right?
Well, I don't think you were fucking debating Hassan Piker in like 2018 and shit like that constantly.
Wasn't I literally debating Hassan in like 2019? And
I'm not like a crazy Hassan Piker fan. That's crazy that you obsess about some fucking tall tan guy. All fucking day,
tan guy. He's the largest left-leaning political content.
I don't know about this one. I think rhetorically this might be a difficult avenue to approach him from.
Creator. I also talk about Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, but you
and
automatically
Peterson
assume that like I'm this crazy Hassan Piker fan just because I'm left wing. Why are you like so fucking obsessed about this guy?
Is it crazy for me to assume that you would be politically aligned with the guy who shares your political ideology? Is that really that insane for me to think?
I mean, I just think it's kind of strange that you automatically go to that I'm like a part of this other guy's group.
If I was talking to a MAGA guy and I assumed that he was a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
What?
If I was talking to a Trump supporter, or if I was talking to a MAGA person or a conservative and I assumed they were a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
Yeah, but I'm not a Hassan supporter.
No, but you're
That's
both
the thing.
socialists.
I don't define myself.
This is good
Hassan's
stuff.
not like a fucking politician, dude.
Okay, that's
great. I support
great.
his policies and then put him in office.
I appreciate that answer now. Why were you so quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though? Why did you seem personally offended by that?
Because I don't know enough about Hassan because I'm not a fan of Hassan. I don't like
Then
watch
why
him
even
like
have an
religiously.
answer? Then why does I don't know anything about that. Do you think that if it weren't for me, do you think Nick Fuentes would just not exist?
I'm a DGGer, and I have to admit they're a bit obsessed with Hassan. They're completely obsessed with Hassan. Like that's not even like I could agree with everything Destiny said about Hassan, which I don't, but I could, and you would still have to accept that they're completely obsessed with Hassan. That's just very obviously the case, and there is a synchronicity there because, like, I think that Hassan's neurosis about Destiny has at times extended to the point where he's mentally bracketed me in with him, which is crazy to me. But you know, I don't know. This is precisely why I disengage, because it lowers everyone. Like you're destroying your root chakra. You are not going to make it. Do you understand? It's like the political takes have to cultivate in an environment where people aren't stomping over the garden all the time, you know?
He wouldn't be as big.
Really? You don't think the Kanye West campaign helped at all? You don't think Candace Owens and all these other people that...
I mean, I did, but that was like after you, though.
Okay, so without me, he would have never been involved in that Kanye stuff. Milo wouldn't have reached out to him.
He might have, but you definitely played a role and you even bragged about it.
Okay, well, if the 7-second clip said so, then I guess I can't argue with that.
I mean, you just admitted that you have a clip of saying that.
I've probably said that I have platformed him before because I debate a ton of people. Yeah, that's what I do. Do you think that like you should never debate people who have substantial disagreements with you? Should you never?
It is true. Debate does spike your cortisol.
Debate like a Nick Fuentes type?
Yeah, you can debate him, but you shouldn't fucking brag afterwards that you made them famous.
I don't brag about making him famous.
There's literally a clip of you doing it, though.
Okay, well, if there's a clip of me doing it, then Godspeed, God bless. Do you have any other points you want to bring up?
Is this at like a university or in a public park or something?
Not really. I'm low-key bored.
Okay, well,
so
good luck in your...
But I do have something to say. I know it's contradictory to what I said earlier.
Okay.
But long live Hasao Dao Pai Tung.
This is rough. This is... I hope Hassan doesn't watch this. Avashai would never. Avashai might, but probably less likely to. This is what simping for China on stream gets you? Yeah, I guess so. Oh. No Mogdai afraid. Held frame. I'd do it to embarrass you only. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Pisses myself. I've got one more thing. Shits myself. Ah, fuck. Is there like a somewhat productive clip? Another Hassan fan? Oh, fuck.
Talk about like progress towards whatever world you want. What candidates would you even support today that are already in office besides Mamdani? Would you even support Mamdani?
Holy, wait, he came back?
Anymore.
Oscario Cortez is a really good one. Bernie Sanders, even though he's kind of become more liberalized. I mean, democratic socialism is something that Americans want right now.
Then where are the politicians winning elections that are Demsocs? Why don't they exist anywhere?
Elo Omar, Democratic Socialist, Oscario Cortez.
So we have the Justice Dems, those four,
The city that has the greatest GDP production in the United States, New York, got a Democratic Socialist mayor.
Yeah, so New York City, a very blue place, I'm aware of that. But outside of like these plus 30, plus 40 like blue places, where are all of these Demsocs? Why don't they win elections in like competitive areas, in purple areas? Why don't they win elections in red areas? Why is it the only elections they can ever seem to win? The very, very few they have, the 5 that you've pointed out, the 4 Justice Dems and Mamdani, are in like super, super, super blue areas. That makes
I think the productive way to engage here is to identify the stuff that people like about Mamdani isn't that he's a socialist. It's that he's friendly, engaged, charismatic, and really enthusiastic about the process of using government to do good stuff. Like most people like Mamdani, it seems, at least within New York City, you know, for this reason. I don't think everyone who voted for Mamdani like wants democratic socialism. What I think they want is authenticity, productivity. They want to feel like they're contributing towards the betterment of their city, of their society, in a world that feels like it's in decline, which I think a lot of people do feel that way, right? So my thought here, I guess, is like, I'm not even looking for democratic socialists. What I'm looking for is people who are engaged in this way, and I see that more often for people who are like on the left, I guess, right? Like obviously the most fervent supporters of Mamdani typically are democratic socialists or whatever, people on the left, but it's about those underlying tendencies. So if you can sort of hypothetically extract the positions that a person might like about Mamdani, do you think those attitudes, like a person who's enthusiastic, charismatic, engaged, really wants to get down there and work on those policies, make the city better, do you think that would do badly in like the rest of America? Probably not. No. I think the real reason why these candidates are so rare is because of the Democratic, sorry, I don't mean capital D Democratic like the Democrats. I mean the lowercase d Democratic machine, where we have a two-party system. And for the most part, as you entrench the interests of the people who are already in the local Democratic or Republican Party, you know, they're there for a while. They have their own ideas about how things should be run. And yes, there is a degree of like corporate collaboration, even at a local level. You know, you develop relationship with local contractors, local businesses. There's a lot of like, at the micro level, there's a lot of like, what is it called? Like a family favoritism, nepotism, you know? And these systems get more entrenched. They get bogged down like every bureaucracy can if it doesn't get, you know, revitalized, re-energized by people like Mamdani or by like big populist waves. So I think that what we're looking for isn't like, we need a socialist wave across America. No, we need a can-do spirit across America, and not like a fake can-do spirit, you know, like every Democrat, every Republican, they get out there around election time and they're like, we want to really get down and fix these issues. No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. No, you don't, dude. You obviously don't. You're going to get an office, then like chill and let your staffers write your bills for you, and you're just going to sit, you're going to do nothing the entire time. Maybe you'll hop on like a pet issue or something, but you are not going to like actually get anything meaningful done. And we need big change, right? Like big, meaningful. And I don't just mean socialism. I mean shit like the debt, like a wealth tax, which is not socialist. I mean, like a revitalization of our democratic process, parentheses, ending the Republican Party, with like stuff like that. So I think that Destiny is misframing the terms of the argument, but he kind of has to, because the guy he's talking to is framing it as though it's about socialism, which again, we're so far from that, you know?
It seems like the people don't generally want democratic socialism.
Well, yeah, you have a polarization. America's a heavily propagandized population. Red states politicians.
Okay, then I can't. You understand? I can't win the argument, right? Because on one, you just said that most Americans want this, and then when I ask, well, why don't they win elections? You say, well, because most Americans don't want it because of propaganda. Well, what am I supposed to say then?
Well, nobody can.
That's not necessarily unfalsifiable. Like you can engage with that. It's difficult to engage with in like a fast-paced debate, but that there is a value. There is a point there. Obviously, like yes, the Overton window and the popularity of certain positions does influence what people think they want, and there can sometimes be a big disconnect. Like Florida, for instance, voting consistently more left on policy and referendums than they do in candidates. So it's like, maybe the cultural bias towards Republicans, which is a product of like very extensive advertisement and investment and like a reaffirmation of the strength that party has in the state, you know, maybe that's pulling people away from things that they would otherwise want. There is a degree of, you know, compulsion there.
Doesn't even know what democratic socialism is. But what is
democratic socialists don't even have a consistent definition for democratic socialism.
True.
You can even tell me if you would allow capitalist parties to exist in your system.
Well,
or
I'm not
like
a
people say the
democratic
Soviet Union
socialist.
wasn't socialist. Or
I'm not a democratic socialist, though.
What are you, a socialist?
I think that you can't really have democracy and socialism at the same time. Because capital will overthrow the system again. And
well, but there wouldn't be capital. It would be socialism.
Become reactionary forces will
sure. So you want like a vanguard party, and you want to like have a violent overthrow of the whole capitalist class and everything.
Well, I wouldn't say for like legal reasons I would want like a revolution or anything like that.
Nervously rocking back and forth on their feet. Wait, was the whole thing just this? This one person?
They kill millions overseas. Nestle company killed 8 million people.
Okay. How many people died in the Holodomor? How many people died in Mao's revolutions? How many people?
Oh fuck! It's like the conversations I had in 2019, man. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh my god.
Under capitalism, even though we have a resource...
Yeah, rip to my man Charlie Kirk. You would have loved to come across this guy during one of your campus tours.
Surplus in regards to food. 8 million people die every year due to food insecurity. We have constant wars for imperialism, constant wars for well, yeah.
How is socialism solving any of these? Do we have less wars with the Soviet Union or what?
Soviet Union wasn't starting wars and doing like proxy shit.
Really?
No,
what do you think the word tanky comes from? The Hungarian Revolution. What do you think all the...
Who overthrew Salvador Allende Chile? Who overthrew Nicaragua?
I'm not saying capitalist countries are perfect. I'm not going to argue that. Of course, there's issues. I'm just saying I don't know why we would assume that.
You're comparing an aggressive power to more of a defensive power.
You think the Soviet Union was just defensive?
They weren't fucking overthrowing every single country that had socialist values.
What do you think the Soviet Union was? How do you think they got all those other countries in the Soviet Union? It was by overthrowing their governments or supporting people to overthrow the governments.
Yeah, those were domestic revolutions in many cases.
Domestic revolution?
Oh, man.
Domestic support
that were supported by the Soviets? You think Afghanistan? You think all these were just domestic revolutions? The Soviets just happened to...
This is just a Tard fight? No, Destiny's correct here. Not because it's good to be anti-communist or anything. It's just like the arguments here are really bad. It's not like I think it's important to look at stuff like this sometimes. I think from my perspective to remind myself of like what the broader not Overton window, I guess. What are people? I need to be reminded of like the broader environment in which discourse takes place, not just the kind of discourse that I tend to have now. I think. Remind yourself to not go back to this. Yeah, I mean, part of it is definitely that. Yeah.
You think the same in Ukraine right now? So you think
every single one of those people who overthrew those governments were were Soviet Union agitators then?
I think there's a reason why when the Soviet Union collapsed, the country...
Hassan promotes this thing, by the way. I think that Hassan would probably make his arguments better than this kid, but I think that to an extent, yeah, Hassan is nervous about How do I put this? Okay, Hassan is not this bad. What I do think is the case is that a lot of popular online leftist discourse does either cater to or at least include like this kind of person, the kind of person who would play like ear rape Soviet anthem on a boombox while dressing as Cesar Chavez. Cesar Chavez. Yeah, sorry. Like for Halloween Day or whatever, you know, with the communist hat. You know what I'm talking about. Drinking a fresh lemonade. And I think that those people are very obnoxious, obviously, that they tend to be very young, and they're very vindictive online too. So the problem is, if Hassan ever goes on stream and he says, like, dog, can we be so for real? The Holodomor was obviously the fault of the Soviets. They were callous and inattentive to the needs of their people, and part of it was punitive action against the demographic of people who had defied Soviet rule. Can we be so for real? The crushing of the Hungarian people. Can we be so for real with Afghanistan? Like, if he did that, like, even if he's done versions of that, whenever you do something like that, you agitate this group of people, and then they spend the rest of their life talking about how you're a fake communist and a counterinsurgent and a deep state op and a Fed. So I think that there's a little bit of trepidation. The problem is that when you tiptoe around these people, they multiply. So you have to be... You have to be a little principled with it, I guess. I mean, it's what happened with me, right? Like, everyone, if you mention me in communist circles online, everyone there calls me a lib or worse. So it's...
that left didn't want to go back. There's a reason for that.
Well, the Soviet Union didn't exist when, also, when you're talking about, like, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Ukraine, they all voted to stay in 1989 with the Soviet
Why would you...
Union.
Why didn't it even go back after 91?
Because the Soviet Union dissolved under Gorbachev after he did an illegal dissolution.
What? Why not try to join Russia?
Because Russia is a capitalist oligarchy.
Okay.
It's not.
That was their issue after, is that Russia became too liberal for them. They wanted back their Soviet overlords.
The economy collapsed under shock therapy, dude.
Sure.
Nobody's going to want to rejoin that. It did.
Okay,
GDP collapsed under Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know you guys say Yeltsin. Okay.
Okay. This is fascinating. It really was. Like, this guy was here for like 20 minutes, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. So you're a why do you attack like people on the left and stuff like that? Independent.
If people aren't liberal, I usually attack illiberal people because I don't think we have the same common values.
I mean,
I am the most liberal person. No one hates Republicans like I do.
Yeah, but like, I think that's like kind of antagonistic. Also,
I do want to be antagonistic to people that don't have the same values as me. That's the definition of politics,
I know, but shouldn't
right?
we be uniting against the right instead of attacking each other?
You wouldn't unite with people that don't share fundamental values, right?
Well, fundamental values right now should be attacking fascism in America. And the corporate oligarchy.
Attacking fascism is like a subset of attacking illiberal ideology, and I think communists or socialists also have illiberal ideology. So I don't think
this is so lame. Well, there's logical faults here, right? I mean, again, it's like a debate, so you're kind of pitching it. Obviously, like, there are different critiques of liberalism. Like, the principal illiberal argument from the left, at least like from a Marxian sentiment, not like a tanky sentiment, you know, is the idea that capitalism is flawed in large part because it aggregates political forces in a way that, you know, makes democracy impossible. That is illiberal to an extent, but it's kind of a definitional thing. Like, you could say being anti-capitalist is illiberal, or you could argue that it's actually pro-liberal in the sense that you're trying to protect the liberal value of democracy, right? I don't know. That's mostly a semantic thing, right? It's more of a like outcome versus intent, or like where you draw the line. I don't know. Obviously, like a socialist is illiberal in very different ways than a fascist, though it might be harder to tell with the kid that he's talking to a little bit. You know, I'm not out here defending the crushing of the Hungarian independence movement.
Not fascist, though. It's an antagonistic attitude because fascism promotes capitalism, monopolization of the economy.
Well, I think liberalism promotes capitalism. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want to like abolish all private property and abolish the, you know, your participation.
This is flawed too.
In like the ability to vote for different things that other people might not like I wouldn't really consider that a political ally.
I mean, you don't have to abolish democracy. You can have democracy and socialism as well. It's a complete ideology, democratic socialism. We've had instances of democratic socialism in countries that was elected democratically, such as Salvador Allende's Chile.
In a socialist country, would you be allowed to have a party that advocates for a capitalist economy?
No, instant death. Next question.
I mean, it just depends on how free the economy.
In your socialist government, would you be allowed to have a capitalist party?
No. Launch into the sun. Next question. Thank you for not doing debates anymore. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, sure. But
okay,
I don't think it should be.
Now I can say this kid's a liberal, huh? Yeah.
Given power.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean.
You see, you can't even just say no. You wouldn't. It's okay. You can argue against it, but like to say that you have like a totally free.
Are you being sarcastic? The premise for this argument has shifted so far beyond reality and my own beliefs that I'm engaging with this insincerely. Yeah. Like the question: in a socialist society, would you allow a capitalist party to run? There's like 17 priors that you have to move through to get to that. It's really, and again, like I'm not even, for the most part, I'm not even engaging with socialism as the metric for who I do or don't support. My big thing right now is, do you have the balls to crush the Republican Party? Right? Like that's my, I'm on a totally different wavelength at the moment. If there was a person who ran and they were like, yeah, I'm a socialist, I'm super big into worker co-ops, whatever the fuck else, but also I think we need to chill out with the partisanship in Congress, I would vote them down. Like, just be clear on my priorities. I'm being serious. I'm not doing like a bit. If they were like, yeah, I'm a socialist, but also the Republican Party is potentially allies, we just need to, nope. Like I would, so for me, the preserving the democracy is 100% the first priority, and it's miles ahead of everything else. Because I think that nothing else can like that's the first step. It has to be the first step. Otherwise, anything good we do will be fucking annihilated immediately afterwards, you know? What's the sincere answer, though? Would you allow a capitalist party in a social democracy? Weren't you listening? I said there were like 17 priors you'd have to go through. What do you mean in a social democracy? What do you mean in a socialist society? What do you mean capitalist party? Also, what do you mean by like what laws establish the existence of socialism beforehand? To what extent has it been normalized? How could a capitalist party even function? What kind of like private investment would it be? Like there's it's again, like what you would have to ask are like specific policy questions in an environment where the policy is different from the world that we live in today. So, I mean, okay, Jordan Peterson. Well, yeah, then don't start on step 20, you know? That's a very abstract future question, so I don't think it's suitable for debate. Anyway, let's finish the bit, then I'll read donos.
Democratic system, but like there are some ideologies that are literally banned from competing in your political parties. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be completely free, right?
Ideologies are completely like amoral and exist for the exploitation of the labor class, though.
That's fine. You have that opinion, but at the very least, that.
I
but
mean,
you're not. It's not a democracy
like
at that point, right?
Oh, this is all pretty good. This was all fun. Get back into debates. Lol Lamau. Very good. Was it fun? Was it? I had fun. It was a thing I experienced. Ain't it all? Vosh hates trans people in red states. True. Game time? No, we're 4 hours in, man. I got a birthday tomorrow. I've got to start baking a cake. I got to get peanut butter. I got to read donos. All right. Noah, too cool for school. Thank you for the super kind $5 both. I have no glasses recommendations, I'm afraid. I don't know nothing about that. Dear chat, I like American trench socks. Okay, so noted. Neptune445, thanks the tier 1 sub. South Texas Titan, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Let's do a Ro Khanna Thomas Massey ticket and call it a day, brother. Yep. Yes, sir. The principled anti-pedophile party, you know? Wouldn't that be something? Ugh. Stir Free, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I have nothing to say other than I'm waiting, 6 weeks so far, for results from an Alzheimer's test. How's that for nerve-wracking? Sheesh. Well, I hope you pass, or don't pass, or whatever the preferred outcome is, Miss Gender Lynn. Goddamn. I'd say you're probably well positioned, right? Like you're engaging with the don't pass. You're engaging with the daily rage bait, you know, you're in the zeitgeist. Stuff like that's got to keep your mind active, right? Hopefully it goes well. Treeglore Bro, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. And the Rat Queen, thank you for the $5. Thanks for constantly berating chat about self-improvement. My pleasure. Congratulations on kicking your addiction to weed. Londi the Elder, thank you for the $5. Do you feel the same way about coffee as you do rice and beans? Yeah, I want lots of them. Like at some point, are you going to try to cut it out? No? Wait, what do you mean? Right, I say rice and beans because I like rice and beans. What do you mean? I don't understand the correlation. Yeah, coffee is beans. I spend about $2, maybe $2.50 a day on coffee. I don't know. It seems all right to me. Leg Basket and Metaphysics Bob, thank you for the tier 2 subs both. Really appreciate that. Beezus Rice, thanks the $5. I watch this yearly. Uh-oh. What is economic value and who creates it? Watch on stream or watch alone? Don't tell me what to do. What is economic value and who creates it? A TED Talk? Oh, maybe I'll look at it. Maybe. Shoot Bang, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Another person who wants me to watch something. You should watch 10 minutes or so of this from the timestamp. It supports your argument. What argument? Why Cal Penn is disillusioned with Democrats? Oh, okay. I think I might have seen a clip of this elsewhere. Yeah, I can give this a look. Yeah. Are you 42? I'm 32. Sheesh. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. New Castlevania, please be good. Yeah, I saw this. Exciting, though I have to say I am disappointed by the 3D art style. Like, I associate 2D Castlevania so strongly with really good sprite work that I don't know. I mean, now to me it's like, oh my god, is this just like Bloodvein Ritual of the Night 2 or something? You know, I'm not, it's unfair. It does look very good. I'm just saying that's something that I kind of expect from it, genre-wise. The animations do look sick. It looks very, very good. I'm not hating it on those grounds. Yeah, that shit looks real good. Look at that. Doing some very good like cell shaders here, you know? Reminds me of Dead Cells. It is the Dead Cells devs. Is it really? Evil Empire. Yeah. Hey, Chad, how do I contact Vosh to see if he would like to speak at the University of Chicago? Well, I do have an email, though I can't make any promises. I don't particularly know if I want to fly out. But still, yeah, no, I do have an email. As indicated by the email command, which is like that for a reason. Thank you, Thana. I did, Airport. Vosh hates flying. He does, he does. Thanks, sorry, Manoob. All good. Also part of the Prince of Persia team? Prince of Persia team? Like the people who are doing the remake that got canceled, or? Either way, very exciting. We love a fucked up arm, don't we? We love a fucked up arm. Ham Monkey, thank you so much for the super, super kind $50 dono. Happy birthday. Thank you. Happy birthday to me. A whole 32. And as spry as ever. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Punk Mutt, thanks the tier 1 sub. Here's a pic of my orange cat. Excellent. Oh, so sleepy. Big EP. Huge EP. So good. Philippe, thanks the tier 1 sub. I want to tax the shit out of billionaires, but how do we prevent them from leaving the U.S. because of this? Because they still have their money in the U.S. stock exchange. If you want to do business in America, invest in American companies, or do business in a way that, or like through our stock exchange, the money is here. We can just tax them anyway. But also, yeah, they're not going to leave the United States. Keep in mind that, like, the currency is ours. You know? Wealth held in USD, that's our money. Ours. It belongs to the Fed, the Treasury. You know, it circulates through them. There's nothing you can do, nowhere in the world you can go that completely frees you from our authority. That's what the currency is for. You can't just take all that USD out of the United States with no, like, potential recourse, you know? Refat Samurai, thank you for the $5. You said this before, but I noticed my denim is shit. I am a dog groomer. What? And need quality. What Japanese denim do you suggest for me? Well, I don't suggest any particular company's Japanese denim, because for the most part, if you're getting denim in Japan, it's probably going to be pretty high quality. Do you mean like jeans? Like you want like very durable jeans? If you want very durable jeans, then I would just recommend like getting some vintage Levi's. Anything made in America prior to the 1990s. You know, but basically any denim company that out of Japan is going to produce like high quality, like Ironheart, very, very durable. Just go for something with a heavy weight, some nice hidden rivets. You know, very sturdy stuff. Or you can go for like a duck canvas, you know, like more of a Carhartt vibe, you know? I would be very surprised if anything you did as a dog groomer, you know, was capable of getting through that higher quality fabric. Maybe. I don't know. Paprika, thank you for the $10. Broke as fuck, but sending a few because I want to say keep reading Umineko. I watched Joseph Anderson play all of it. I'm up. I've consumed all the Umineko story. Thank you. And also thank you for the happy birthday sentiment. But don't donate if you can't afford it, my friend. But no, I do have all of Umineko up here now. I'm not a hyper fan or anything, but there is a lot to look at there and be proud of, you know? Very good stuff. Nudes, thank you for the $5 and the happy birthday sentiment. Happy early 42nd birthday. My pleasure. DVS offline, thank you for the $5. Biggest problem I see in my daily life is a lack of pride. Yes. Both on like a private and public level. Everyone just kind of takes these systems for granted, so people stop caring about them, so they get worse, and as they get worse, people stop putting like effort into them, and they get even more bad, and then it becomes uncool to put effort into them, because like, why would you put effort into something that's shit? And it's like that everywhere, in government, in businesses, everywhere, you know? It's not good. It's not good. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Thought the biggest crash out was the one I had on the way home listening to Vosh when the other car went over the median and hit me. That couldn't have happened, Sake. No way. Then I saw the Destiny debate. Shut the fuck up. You did not get hit by a car. You insincere motherfucker. If you did, I'm very sorry. Mickey6, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the streams. How's D&D going? It's been on pause for a little while. Just been too busy to run, unfortunately. Got to get everything ready, you know? Kaluna Fortuna, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Samameister, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Started listening to Moral Politics. It's funny how it tries to describe morals based on good parenting versus child abuse neutrally. I'm not familiar with the text, so I can't really say. Pretty gay, though. Shamrock, thank you for the $5. Some of your video titles misuse apostrophes, and it's been bugging me for a while, particularly when they're adjacent to coverage of declining literacy. I don't write the titles, so you're putting the editors on blast right now, but I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Sake. Oh my god, it did happen. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Car is totaled, but no one is hurt seriously. Sake! They never tell you that the dust released from an airbag smells terrible and makes you cough? No, they don't. I've never heard that. That's terrible. I'm really sorry. Car is totaled? Jesus Christ. Well, I hope your body is okay, even if the car is totaled. Jesus. You can post in chat, you know. You don't have to donate for me to engage, much as I always appreciate it. Jesus. You need to give him money now? Nah, he's still probably worth more than I am. Definitely worth more than I am. Sake, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. All I could think of during the TPUSA halftime show was the Bo Burnham country song. Yeah, genuinely. I just want to catch my fish, drive my truck, shit my pants, whatever it was. Yeah. Everyone's dogging on it, which is good. It's terrible. It's a fucking terrible song, so I'm glad people are dogging on it. Drink my beer. Well, I hope you're well, Sake. I hope your body's doing okay. Make sure you don't have any like lingering back or neck pain, you know? What the Dormouse said, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Happy birthday to you as well. And Twins, thank you for the $5. Yes, you can in fact wear duck canvas even if you have a duck allergy. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. Thanks. Here's a picture of the uncooperative cutie I'm working on right now. Oh, as a dog groomer. I see. Borf. Uncooperative? But they look so sweet. Orf. So polite. Gotta read super chats. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Andrew R.N. Bilson, thank you for the $10. You speak through the bullshit. Thanks for all the content. Newsom's a well-spoken Trump. In a lot of ways, I do think that's true. Yeah. Like, I don't think that Trump is an ideological fascist. I think he's a self-aggrandizing narcissist. And I think that Gavin Newsom in a lot of ways is just like what happens when you have that, but in a California environment rather than a New York financier Jeffrey Epstein environment. That being said, he's definitely less senile than Trump, so he's got that, I suppose. Radio Free Canada, thank you for the very kind $10. Canadian. Just remember you said as much. When J.D. Vance starts playing and the free world has to destroy your home to fix a maggot problem you created, we won't be sorry. Honestly, I'm kind of itchy. I have no idea what you're saying. I read that quickly, but I'm pretty sure that even if I didn't, I would still not know what you were saying. But I love you and I appreciate it. Daniel Green, thank you for the $2. The Legend 27, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. I wonder if CBP will be less likely to give people a hard time at the border considering they're not getting paid. Sorry, they still are. Hi, Shelf and Thomas DeRosa. Thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate this. Really appreciate that. This thought only comes up in my head occasionally, but do you think the country deserves this, given Trump won the popular vote and people have voted for a lot of this? I don't really, for the most part, think of stuff in the context of whether or not people deserve things. Does America deserve, like in a colloquial sense, does America deserve to suffer? Absolutely. But in like a strict moral sense, I don't really think of the world that way, I guess. I more think of it as like, what outcomes do you get from what behaviors? And I like for instance, when Republicans suffer under Trump, I'm happy. Not because they deserve it. They do. But morally, I think it's good because they especially need to feel the repercussions of their behavior. You know, if they keep touching the oven and not feeling the burn, I mean, at what point do they learn you can't touch the oven, right? It's morally necessary that they understand what the consequences of their actions are. But yeah, I don't know. It's very satisfying to think of it in terms of like what people deserve, though. When the Dems take back the House, they could use the House of Reps Sergeant at Arms officers to escort them for oversight inspections of ICE facilities. Hopefully they do. Yes, if they wanted to, the Dems, when they retake the House, which they 100% will do, they could exert a lot of authority on House oversight. But I have a feeling they're not going to do that. Humble Bumble, thank you for the super kind $20. I really appreciate that. I'm way behind on stream, but I vote for you to do a 2-hour video on your no Newsom position, if only so my seething hatred and contempt for the Democrats is put into coherent words instead of just screeching. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do that. Probably not right now, because I think right now it would just come across as me contributing to like a drama spike. But in the long run, I do want to make a principled argument for my belief. But the essential position here, by the way, is not Gavin Newsom bad, even though he is. The essential position is that it is morally necessary that the Democrats take advantage of this momentum and give us a very good candidate who will do very good things, because the whiplash, the consequences of them not doing so could be very, very bad. So bad, in fact, that it might be worth weathering 4 more years of Republican presidency to avoid that, like those specific consequences. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. It's Madame Cortez to you. Lovely name. Carl Sagan, thank you for the $10. Oh, we did cover the Joseph Gordon-Levitt stuff. You were the one who pitched me onto it, so thank you. HDMI TY and Greg Cucharo, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Trump says voter ID in midterms regardless of Congress's approval. Will Republican states change their laws? No, he's just talking. He's just talking. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Greg Cucharo, Prairie Fire, thank you for the $2 both. Clive India 7, thank you for the £2. Rescriptor, Zoidimus, thank you for the $2 both. Any chance Section 230 gets struck down this year? Yeah, maybe. Anthony White, thank you for the $2 Australian. Much appreciated for the birthday well wishes. Very, very kind of you. Excuse me. And Kaluna Fortuna, thank you for the super kind $20. I wanted to buy a shirt, but they're not slutty looking enough, so here's an extra dono instead. Totally fair. Yeah. They make t-shirts too long these days, mostly because a lot of people are fat, so they don't want to, like, have people's bellies riding up. But an unfortunate consequence of this is that people's proportions are often way off. Wasn't able to catch the whole stream, but in case you didn't hate Newsom enough already. Jesus, I didn't even see this. Governor Newsom proclaims Ronald Reagan Day. Thanks, man. I mean, like, he illegally colluded to interfere with the release of the American hostages during the the Iran Revolution and participated in the attempted mass killing of homosexuals and a bunch of other really bad stuff. But like, yeah, at least he wasn't orange Cheeto Dorito, man. Yeah, man. What is it with centrist Dems and their obsession with glazing Reagan? Dude, like, remember when Sean, like the YouTube channel Sean, got hate when he said that people would start to rehabilitate Trump just as they did everyone else, because they started rehabilitating Bush pretty much from the word go as soon as Trump like was in office. They would do this for fucking anyone. Reagan was a monster. He was a monstrously bad person. He ruined this fucking country. But he's not Cheeto Dorito, man. You really think if Gavin Newsom is willing to do stuff like this, what the fuck do you think he would do as president? Like, do you think he's doing this to respond to public demand? Like the Californian people wanted him to do this? What do you think he'd be willing to do as president when he's beholden to the corporate interests of a whole nation, not just the state? Like, California is more blue than America. So you think putting him in charge of a more red population is going to keep him from doing shit like this? You got brought up at 5750? What is this?
One thing that's really important to talk about here is that Hassan is a voter within California. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter if you vote for fucking Harambe in California.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a fucking difference. Like, I lived in California, doesn't make a difference. Whatever you put in that presidential box doesn't matter. And so I think a lot of people are dragging him for it, but it's like, he's in California. It doesn't, like, the presidential box doesn't really matter when you live in California because all the electoral votes are going to go towards the president, you know, towards the Democrat nominee.
That's true.
But I also think, I do want to say one thing really quick. I know Vosh got brought up. This may be a hot take. I know that Vosh has done some things I don't necessarily agree with, but he does work with organizations to actually do
Yeah, I think Ariana Jasmine is cool.
work in the community. So listen, I'm not saying the dude's a saint, but
I didn't mean to throw him in with Destiny. I know he's
I just feel like
It's rough out there, man. No, I like everyone here, don't I? Don't I? Chat, I've got a really bad memory. I like Mike Figueredo. I like Matt Bender. I like Ariana Jasmine. I don't know. I feel like I know Devil's Advocate Productions and The Letter Hack, but I might need to be reminded of my associations. Oftentimes I only remember people's Twitter profile pictures. So if they change their picture, I forget who they are. It's not an insult. I genuinely have like a atrociously bad memory. I've been thinking I want to get I want to do like exercises to work on it, like journaling or something. If I could journal every day. Kirkenually, yeah. Yeah. The Letter Hack is the guy who does comic book drawings of Sam Cedar on Twitter. Oh, that's where I know that name from. I love that guy. I love stuff like that. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Vosh, you need to re-enter these spaces a bit. People are so blackpilled in the best stream. Look, listen. I would love to, but it would cause a lot of drama and it wouldn't end well, okay? Like, I don't know if you guys noticed on Twitter, but like over the new year, I hung out with some oomps from Twitter and they made the mistake of posting a picture of us hanging out together. And the fallout from that was so bad that they both, and a bunch of other people, unfollowed me. People who had followed for years. Like, there were no issues between me and them. It was just people pressuring them to, from online. So in that environment, like if I went on here, I could be like the coolest dude or whatever. It wouldn't matter because there would be enough people in the comments section. Unfortunately, as a consequence of my reputation, under most circumstances, my only recourse really is to engage with people who are already inoculated to that kind of like, well, we'll talk to anyone, drama, da-da-da, and which is unfortunate because I don't like those people usually. Yeah. I can't complain too much about my job. Were you in drama? What happened to your reputation? Oh, these people. What a long road it's been, huh? New heads little. Hey, man, it's cool. Whatever. Just like asking Merry and Pippin at Minas Tirith, like, damn, you used to live in like a green town with fields? You used to be rapscallions who you know, stole carrots from the local field? That's crazy. You used to eat 17 meals a day? You used to have second breakfast? I love what I do. And I like these people. I have no real complaints. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. A 25-year-old Nebraska recently kayaked across the Atlantic. 100 years ago, she would have gotten a ticker tape parade in NYC. We don't celebrate together anymore, sad. Genuinely, that is true. A 25-year-old Nebraskan kayaked across the Atlantic. A century ago, she would have gotten a big parade in NYC. We don't celebrate together anymore. That is genuinely true. There's no like community mindset anymore. Everyone's just got their own little, you know what I mean? That's true. Yeah. That's pretty fucked. It's like nobody has, there's no such thing as like a town hero anymore too. Nobody really has a sense of community. Really sucks. All right, well, I'm going to go off and get some ingredients to bake a cake. I love you all very much. Take care. I do not know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, but honestly, odds are pointing to no, because it's going to be my birthday. But I'll be back the day after, so shouldn't be too bad. All right, take care.